You're welcome.
Like at the beginning of the year, in case there was issues that are, but that's at what fee you build that up to pay for like a new fire station, fire truck, for that. That year raised for that. So aggressively back it off to next year. Okay. I know.
Yes.
Yes.
We ready, Alicia? Okay, welcome everyone. This is a special work meeting for the Grantsville City Council. Today's date is Monday, May 11th, 2026. This meeting is being held at 429 East Main Street in Grantsville, Utah, and electronically by Zoom, and the time is 6 p.m. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with a roll call. Councilmember Butler.
Present?
Thomas.
Here.
Dalton.
Here.
Skinner.
Here.
Williams.
Here.
And I am Mayor Heidi Hammond, and we will begin this meeting with agenda item number 1, a discussion of the memorandum of understanding with the Tooele County School District. Jeff, do you want to take the lead on that? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so maybe to give a little bit of history.
I just said Jeff, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
Jake.
I've been called worse.
Yeah.
So, no offense, Jeff, I was meaning Jake. Maybe give a brief history of this, and I think many of the council members are very aware of the situation that we have with our growing population in parks, and specifically the park that is shared between the Tooele County School District and our local, our teams, our Grantsville teams, the baseball team, softball team, and the soccer, both soccer teams actually. And how that's presenting more of a challenge as we continue to grow and occupying the same space and trying to coordinate that with new programs that are coming in and wanting to use those fields. And it's been, for lack of a better word, a handshake agreement for years to try to make that work. And that coordination happens with a meeting in the early spring every year with all of the coaches, president, members of the school district, and principals, and our city representation as well. Christy has been involved in that. And so the challenge lies in trying to get it to work from year to year. And so at the start of this year, I started looking into what agreement we have in place, and that when we do not have one, which creates some risks in itself. If, we talk about insurances, and, if we have a high school kid break his leg in a game, is that high school responsibility, or is that this, or if something happens over there during the time that the school district is there. So just the exposure that we have there. And so needing to find a solution. And I think having had several conversations with members of the school board, the district is wanting to look for a way to find a solution over there. As are we, obviously, because it's a problem that we have, and it's a growing problem each day that we add new members to the community. So there's a memorandum of understanding that's in a draft form. The question that I wanted to ask the council is, how do they feel regarding this topic specifically? What direction do we want to go from a city standpoint to assist with trying to find a solution for our kids to be able to play, all of our kids to be able to play, not just those that go to school. At the school.
Christy, can I ask you a question? Has the high school or has the school district stopped taking care of the fields? Or is the city, who is taking care of them directly right now? I know that the agreement was it was going to be the school district, but I don't know if that's happening.
They were mowing it this morning. I saw them mowing it this morning.
Okay.
So Ian did call me and say that they were not going to spray it. And they were not going to fertilize it. They were not going to aerate it now that we had made this understanding that they would not be using the fields next year. But he agreed to mow it until they were no longer, the high school was no longer playing, which will be the end of this week.
Right, okay. But I know I have had to have some city employees go over and take care of the field. The weed eating hasn't been done still. Not against, I'm not putting that against you. I'm just saying that was the understanding, is that they were going to take care of it.
They're just doing the minimal mowing now.
Yeah, so the weed eating along the back fences is, I mean, the weeds are 1.5 feet tall. I know that the city employees have had to go over and take care of items as far as maintenance of those fields, even though they weren't supposed to be having to do that. Is that correct?
Well, again, we'll need to pick up on the fertilizer. And if we aerate, we don't have an aerator right now, so it won't happen.
Right.
But I think they have done what they said they would finish doing besides those things. So
Okay, because I've had to call Colton twice.
the water should always be us anyway.
Yes,
They-
no,
yeah.
no, not about water.
To mow, yes.
Yes, because the dandelions were so high in the outfield that they couldn't run through them. So I had to ask Colton, could you go and run?
And they did, yeah.
And they did. So that
Mhm.
was being taken care of by the city, not the school district. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So there was a number of items that were thrown around to discuss. I mean, obviously Grantsville is not too far away from a high school. And so, the school district has its own financial challenges that they're working through as far as, truth in taxation, some of those things. But there's been some discussion. There was some ideas thrown around to purchase the property and see if they could just build what the school needs, which is a soccer field and softball field and a baseball field. That would alleviate the issue entirely, make it go right away. Obviously we are developing scenic slopes, and that will, although it won't solve the issue regarding the high school portion of it, but it would alleviate some impact from a Little League standpoint, but we're a little bit away from that end result. So yeah, the question I have for the council is what are their thoughts regarding this? There was questions of the possible purchase of the park itself, so that the school district could expand the current, I guess, the amount required is about 45 acres, 45 to 50 acres. And if they were able to capture the park in that, it gets them closer to that requirement. So that idea was thrown out or around. And so I know obviously that, the park is where we meet and have all of our celebrations, but, is it big enough for us? Could there be opportunities? I'm throwing out a lot of snowballs here. So, could that be something that is discussed? Yeah, so one, the immediate issue is to get an understanding with the school district. A little bit frustrated to hear that we had at least an understanding of what was supposed to happen, and that's not happened. The other component here is, our kids are both programs actually are in the playoffs, and to take away their, home field advantage is something that I wouldn't want to do, in future years if we're telling them they've got to find another place to play. There's been some conversations that they would probably push them to the peak and then have to develop those fields up enough to be able to support that. There isn't a regulation high school there's a spot for one, but it would need a bunch of work. So the school district would have to do that to make that work, which it sounds like they're willing or open to do. But yeah, we can't get, the grass fertilized here. That's frustrating. So yeah, getting a level of understanding and putting it onto paper, I think we could find the discussion with the board members is trying to find the middle ground. And then I think it's two-pronged thing for us is how do we patch the hole in the boat and then figure out the timeline to buy a new boat. So, is kind of the
Or who
thoughts.
buys the new boat?
Or who buys a new boat?
There you go.
Yeah.
I have a question. So, I mean, I know we have a couple weeks left of school. You said they're in the playoffs, so how much longer do they need?
Just this week, just
Just
the
Yeah.
end of the season.
But
Yeah.
also sounds like you're saying, because they're the ones who drafted this memorandum of understanding, but now it sounds like maybe they don't want to do that with us. Is that what we're saying?
No, they do. Every one of the board members that I spoke with, they do. What that translates to, what that agreement is, the agreement as it is, I wouldn't agree to. So the way I've read it, it's just, it's so one-sided that, and really in the end, it's about putting the kids on the field. But I don't mean this with any disrespect to the school district, but they've really benefited from not having any fields here in Grantsville and not have to pay for anything. So, I mean, all of those other Stansbury, Twilla, they have new fields and those would cost something, and they have something over here that doesn't cost anything. And now that we're asking that it should cost something, we're already being difficult, I guess is the word that.
Non-cooperative.
Non-cooperative.
So I guess when we're talking about like putting a patch in the boat, and initially when we saw this, we were gonna like try and hurry and get something so we could kind of have it in place. But we're not gonna get anything in place now.
It won't happen this year.
So we need to,
So,
now we're like, okay, how do we buy the boat?
Right.
And who buys
Yes.
it? And so I think, I mean, in my opinion, it's up to them. Like, what are they gonna do? I mean, I don't know, which way are they leaning? Do we have any idea? Like, or do they want to buy it? I know you guys have
it
talked
would
around
benefit them to keep the same situation that they have. I think it would benefit our kids to keep the same situation that we have.
Absolutely, absolutely. Geographically, it's the best place for them to hold their programs, but at whose expense?
Right. Well, the other component is if we continue what we've been doing, it's going to become increasingly more difficult. Because we have other recreational programs that want to use the high school field. And we're telling them there's not a place to play yet. And that's hard to do because it's being utilized by the school district. So. Any thoughts on that?
I've thought for a long time that property, we should sell it to the school. Makes sense to them having used it, and we do a new city park somewhere that place is congested. I also don't want the kids to have to drive to the Deseret Peak for practices I mean, that road's dangerous as it is.
Yes.
Having to go there for practices and different things like, I mean, my kid will be out of school by then, but I don't want any kid driving to practice to Deseret Peak. It just doesn't make sense when you got everything across the street. And we're at a point where we need probably a bigger area for our events and different things. So it makes sense to me to go that route of selling it to the school and using that money from the sale to whether we speed up scenic slopes phase 2 and get that process going, or down behind Clark Farm, do something back there. Different areas like that. So
Let me give you just a little more background, if that's okay, on the selling of the property. So 2 years ago, I went to the district and I offered that suggestion. I said, look, we just simply, when we were a city of 4,000 people and a 2A high school, this worked. When I was growing up, I mean, it was okay. It was okay. Well, we've quadrupled our number of residents. We've quadrupled our number of students in the high school. And now this area has just become all the more dangerous. I mean, those of you who are here remember the danger of a foul ball in 1990, let alone 2026 going on to Cherry Street. So I said, look, this makes the most sense to me. I'm not the smartest person, but to me, it makes the most sense for you to purchase this property and do just as you said. And they said, well, let us get back with you on that. And so the answer came back that they were hiring a consultant for the district that was going to analyze what the best thing was to do with Grantsville High School and the whole entire school district as a whole, as far as their properties. So they came back after the consultant had been hired and they had done this big study, and they said, we do not want to purchase the fields because the consultant has guided us that we should just buy a new property for a new high school. Even if we add on to the present high school and have the property across the street, it doesn't change the fact that we have almost 4A enrollment numbers and we're sticking them into a 2A high school. So your gym is still going to be small. Your auditorium is still going to be small. The commons area for, the cafeteria is still going to be too small. So the best thing is going to be to buy a piece of property and, at the time, the discussion was in 2028, which is now only 2 years away, we will try to bond again, and that will be a high priority to get a new high school for Grantsville, because we understand that we're taking up all of your space and this isn't working. We will then move the junior high to the high school, and the junior high will become Grantsville's next elementary school. Okay, great. If that's your plan, then that's great. Well, now it's turned into, we're 8 to 10 years away, is what I'm being told by school board members, 8 to 10 years from obtaining or going out to bond for a new high school in Grantsville. So the question is they do not have the parking for their own, they're taking up all the city parking across the street. The church parking is becoming almost a nightly issue because they're taking up all the parking at the church, and if there's a funeral or whatever the event is, the church parking lot is filled with high school / city events. But yeah, so for a minute, it seemed like they were ready to purchase property for a high school, and we started working with them on finding places that we thought made sense with our transportation plan that we were working on, that worked to put all, having a place where traffic could be dispersed and would flow and get people to the high school. And for a minute, that was going really well. I'm not sure exactly where that is at this particular moment, but they kind of seem to have put the brakes on that. So all the things that it felt like they were trying to find solutions, just keep going backwards. Personally, I still think that if they are planning for an 8 to 10 year build for Grantsville High School, I still think they should buy the park, and we should build something that makes more sense for our community as far as size of the community that we are now compared to what we were on, when the park was built there on Cherry Street, but I don't know. That's just a little more background of how this has all gone back and forth for the last 2 years.
Yeah, and it's become, I mean, we talk about safety. I was going 2 nights ago or 3 nights ago, I was going to pick up my son from the baseball field after practice. And we have little T-ballers, and I had a T-baller get out of his car and, cars on both sides, completely full. And the parking lot for the school, they had an event that night, so it was completely full. So everybody's just parking in the church parking lot, and a T-baller ran right in front of my truck. And so I'm worried we're gonna have a safety issue there sooner if this isn't addressed. Now, I know there's been discussion that they're gonna move the portables from the parking lot. They're
Right.
gonna purchase some new portables,
That
They're
are
gonna
going on
go
the
over on
practice
the-
field.
football practice fields, which ended up removing our little league from using those fields.
From having a place to play, right.
That are now gonna go to Deseret Peak next
Mhm.
year. So it's
So the frustrating, sorry,
Yeah,
Jeff,
go ahead.
sorry. The frustrating part about that is that the school district was charging the Little League football teams to play on the practice field. I believe it was about $600 for every Saturday. Do you know if that's correct?
It's right around there.
Yeah,
sounds
okay.
right.
So they were charging them $600 approximately to use the football practice field for their games. So every game that they hosted, they had to pay the school district $600. And then now they have actually said, sorry, we're putting, these more portable classrooms back here, which I understand they need to do. I'm not disputing that that's necessary. But now that's eliminated them from having a place to play. And so now they're having to go to Deseret Peak, but the whole situation where they're using the fields for the price of fertilizer and aerating and mowing, as opposed to $600 a day to use the practice field. I just don't see where we're just not in a equitable place here. That's my concern.
And we're not, and really honestly, we're not gonna solve this problem today.
Nope.
I think we can talk about this a little bit later. We've got all these wonderful individuals here.
Yep,
Who are department heads. We're here to talk, I'm here to talk about budget.
right.
We can talk about agenda item number 1. I'd like to table that and move it to after. We
Okay.
can talk about it till 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't
Please
care.
don't.
But, I wanna roll up our sleeves and tackle this budget. And
Okay.
we spent 22 minutes and we've got all these folks here. I think we should move this particular discussion, now that it's ruminating in our head. I
Okay,
think we should shift gears
I think that's a great idea.
and focus on the budget. So
Okay,
that's my.
do you want to make a motion?
Make a motion, we table, agenda item number 1 and discuss it after we tackle agenda item number 2.
We have a motion by Councilmember Butler. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Williams. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on to agenda item number 2, presentation and discussion of the fiscal year 27 budget. This is a discussion item only. No public comment or action will be taken tonight. This is just a discussion. And with that, we will have a presentation of the proposed property tax impact schedule. I believe Aspen will give that to us.
Awesome. So again, just for transparency, for truth and taxation, I am gonna read the property tax impact schedule that you all have, that was presented at last Wednesday's meeting with the 84% increase. So, at this time, that's
Are
still,
you sharing?
I'm plugged in, I don't know how to get,
I have to do it here, I think. So you'll probably have to drag it.
Sorry, I just want to make sure we present it.
okay. So this is the same one, it has not changed from last Wednesday. Grantsville City will consider an increase to its property tax rate from 0.001368 to 0.002517, which exceeds the estimated certified tax rate and is estimated to generate an additional $1,749,701 in property tax revenue. The following information is intended to provide the city council and the public with an explanation of how the city's operations would be affected if the proposed property tax increase is adopted. So again, you see at the top, our current property tax rate at 0.001368, which would generate approximately $2,082,977 in property tax revenue. The proposed change would generate approximately $3,832,678 in property tax revenue, which is an additional $1,749,701, which would put our new property tax rate at 0.002517, which is approximately 84% increase. That equates to roughly $27.92 a month for a residential average person. With that, we are proposing $30,000 for HR to have a pay and compensation study completed, as well as an additional Parks and Rec staff for scenic slopes coming online, as well as a roughly 3% inflation increase on budget line items, equating to $1,749,701. So that's the same, that has not changed. It's the same as last Wednesday. You guys have a copy of that. Everything's the same for that. I have to read that for transparency. Before we get too far into, I don't know how this to work. The budget, we do want to say, so we have gone through, Michael and I, Michael and Alicia, Mayor, Heidi, all of our department heads this morning. And we have gone through line by line with everyone. And we did, let's see, where did it go? So we did end up reducing by $456,000. So the difference now is 1.2 million that needs to be made up for in property taxes, which just for rough estimates equates to approximately 62%. So based on what we'll be presenting tonight, it has gone down from 84 to 62. So that is stuff that we have done here internally with staff.
However, we're set at 84 because of what we did last Wednesday, right?
No, that's the highest we
That's the
could go.
max.
Exactly, we're
Yeah.
set at 84. That's
Correct.
the highest.
As of right now, yeah, 84 is what is presented. So, as we go through this, as things change, as you guys suggest, different options and whatever, it could go down. Another point that I did want, I guess, I don't know, or you want to talk about previous history?
Yeah.
Okay, so I did go on the certified tax rate website from the state. Has history back from 1999 is as far back as we can go. I did enter all of that in just for like the sake of conversation, just so we can understand. From 1997 is how far back we're able to go. From 97 to 2008, there was no change. We adopted, Grantsville City always adopted the proposed certified tax rate. In 2009, they did approximately a 1% increase on the certified tax rate. And in 2010, they did approximately a 3% increase. That was the last time Grantsville City has increased property taxes, was 2010. Now, with that, Grantsville City adopted certified tax rates that were lower, or excuse me, they adopted property tax rates that were lower than the certified tax rate. In 2011, they did a 10% decrease. And then in 2012, they did a 16% decrease. So the last time Grantsville City did not adopt the certified tax rate, they were actually adopting a 16% decrease in property tax rates. And then since then, again, no change. So with that, it is important to note that when you go back like that, it doesn't make up in the next year. So ultimately, since 2012, they've been, 26% behind what they could have been even without adopting an increase. So you can see here that had they adopted the certified tax rate, they would have been at a little over $1 million, but in property tax revenue, but instead, since they adopted a lower rate, they got 978,000. And then the next year, again, it was reduced because lower, and it was 1 million, but they took at 874,000. So that's just things to note. I did confirm that with the contact of the state of Utah, just to make sure that that is the most up-to-date, accurate information that we have available, and that that is correct understanding of that. And they did confirm that that is correct. So that's some history about, because I know it's kind of been like, oh, Grantsville hasn't raised taxes in 17 years, 18 years, 14. It's kind of been, I haven't heard a for sure number. So now we know it hasn't been raised since 2010, and it actually went down to the 2 years after. So that's just some thoughts there. I think now we do want to allow an opportunity for you guys to hear from some of our department heads that are here and available. So if you have specific questions directed to any of them, we're happy to have them come up, or we can just pick on them and have Chief Sager go first.
Public safety.
Okay, Chief, you're up.
So we're all in the deficit, so we've tried to go through and just slim down everything. And you can see with any line, we're running slim everywhere across every department. So if you guys can see anything in here that we can discuss that maybe you have questions on, but I know bottom line number after we went and cut, I think we're like, what, 125 ahead of, or more than last year's budget. So, and that's with basically your staff increase or your, that 3% wage increase. So
This doesn't include the additional
Nothing.
officers you were.
no status quo.
Yeah.
And then some of the notes over there, we kind of, when we met last Friday, Michael and Aspen and I, we kind of made some notes on how we come up with these numbers. So if you have questions on them.
Yeah. One thing that I do want to point out, and I'm working with Heidi, our HR director currently. And you see it here in Chief Sager's budget, and it's in a couple of the other budget lines, but unemployment compensation is really difficult to budget for.
Mhm.
So that's kind of a variable. So that could be over budgeted or it could be under budgeted. It's really difficult to know based on turnover. I do know right now we put it in there for ones that we have had pull from this year. But of course, any sort of lapse in employment would affect that. So that's just something to consider. That line item is kind of a big question mark.
Could we look at other professional services? Could we talk about that line item?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it's quite the jump. And I'd like to know and understand a little bit better, you know, what it is, the increase in that particular amount. When it could go potentially to something else or anyways, so just. explain
Basically, these are
that comes out.
software contracts. One is about $7,700. That's called Frontline. That's our online application, which complaints, use of force, and we track and we do our employee evaluations. It also, there's state law that we have to have an early intervention system, and this qualifies for that. When we first did this, introduced that one, it was about 3 years ago, 2 to 3 years ago, and the next was like 15,000. So we got the budget there and a grant for the first year. And then you have about $5,800 in what's called Lexipol. Lexipol is our policy management software. And what that entails is we, every federal, state, or upgrade to policy for best practice is ran through their legal team, through the Chiefs of Police Association, and then they give a draft. And so it allows us to keep up with best practices and with our accreditation. And then there's a $1,700 online training platform that Lexipol offers, and that each officer has to have 40 hours annual training each year to maintain their certification. And that way I can deploy online training so they can do it on shift and not overtime compensation. Then we have LexisNexis, basically background or investigation tools that allows us to search information when we're doing investigations on people. ACE, the shredding service is on there, and then.
I did move, the contract for dispatch into that line, because it
Oh.
was previously located in dues and fees, which didn't seem appropriate, so we did move, and that's 159,000.
Yeah,
That's
so-
probably the big
That's
jump
the
you're
jump.
seeing.
So that's the jump. That's what I was
Yeah.
asking for.
Yeah.
158,000 there.
There's the detail.
So, yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but I was
And
like,
then
yeah,
I
that's.
didn't realize you moved it in there. I
Yeah.
can't see that number. If you
Yeah,
make it a little bit
sorry,
bigger.
I know, I was
but,
trying to fit like, you have a
anyway,
lot.
That's a big jump. And the rest is stuff like that, council.
So essentially you reallocated fees from 1054.63 to that 1054.39.
Typically, it was about a 31,000 and then you add the dispatch fee and that would make that up.
The special program expense down at the bottom, that one went down significantly. What's that one?
Yeah, so we started the RAD program, and then Nova, and then like our third grade Christmas cards. But I was able to get grant funds to get all that equipment. So I think I can operate our just equipment and those special events with that much money.
Small.
Yeah, we don't,
Are we keeping Nova and the red?
yes, absolutely. I think that's a great thing for the community, unless the council chooses otherwise, but we've got all the trading and everything, so. And then the third grade Christmas cards, we have the competition with the students and they give us their drawings and then we publish those and we use those as our Christmas card. So that's usually $400 to $500.
What's the line item? It's, like a light colored green there for, 236. Explain to me a little bit what that is and rent to MBA. Rent sounds like to me a
Yeah.
revenue generator.
Justice Center,
So, yeah, so that's to
Payment.
help pay for the Justice Center building, so
Okay,
you'll see
all
it
right.
here, and then in the MDA section of the budget, you see it transfer, so we'll do a transfer from here to the MDA, and then that's where we're actually pay the loan.
That's our payment.
Yes, so that's,
We can change the rent to loan. That's how they had it named before, but yeah, it's a deficit there.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like in 26, we have 116,900, but in prior years it was 129,500.
yeah,
So
it's.
why the decrease? Did we not charge enough for rent on that to help pay for it on the other end, or what's the scoop there?
No, that's just
Don't
the
want to shortfall.
repayment schedule or based on the loan. It varies based on principal and interest payments each
Okay.
year, so it's not always exactly the same, and sometimes in the same ballpark, but I can provide those to you, it's just I have a whole packet of all of our loans with our interest
Okay.
and principal payments, so that's just what it is this year.
Right.
Well, fiscal year 27.
Gotcha. Looks like you've consistently come in under on parts, supplies and equipment, but that's,
if you look at our grants, like this year, I'll have like 43,000 or 50,000 in grants and sometimes that helps. But this parts, supplies and equipment, there's one major purchase this year. And Taser is discontinuing our current Taser. And that is going to the Taser 10, and that's about $85,000 to $100,000 purchase to upfit our officers.
everyone.
But there is a payment plan, which we can consider, and that would be like 8,000 to 16,000 a year for like 5 years. And I don't know on that one, but the less lethal is, you have to give them the tools so they have, I call it de-escalation options before their firearm as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Since they're not making those tasers, like they're not making cartridges and stuff for them.
They're gonna discontinue and then stop the service,
So
so.
pretty soon they're
So
gonna.
I have to at least get patrol. That's a major concern on that one.
The salaries and wages, that's just a 3% increase for the current staff you have now.
The staffing now, I had the COLA, I don't know if the top out was there.
And I've sent that to Mike Lynn, so
Okay.
that one's still.
If it's considered a COLA, the top out, that wasn't considered in here. The top out officers, I have 4 top out people, they would stay status quo, but if we say it's COLA, that seems to be more across the board, not just the 4 doesn't get it. So that wouldn't include those 4 in this number.
So depending on if it's a step increase or COLA, four may not get it.
How it was approved, in August 6, 2023, we presented a wage scale to this board. And then it was approved that if there was a COLA, the whole step would move, so to make it consistent across. So you just up the step to that. And I don't know if that's how this council is going to choose for that particular item, but that was August 16, 2023. You can see the presentation and you can see the approval on that and how it was presented to them.
If you added another officer in your salaries and wages, how much more would you need?
Well, it depends on the range. So on the low end, you're probably with benefits and full insurance. I would estimate on my PowerPoint that I've got that all broke down.
I think
It's about 150, if I remember right. But you can also do other things. You can hire them in incremental stages, which you can try to span hires across 2 budget years, and that.
Split the cost.
Yeah. But it still we're still gonna be in the same boat if we're in a deficit the next budget year is the problem with everybody. Yeah, right there, that's an estimate this is based on a top out, the first column there. That's based on your top out, the highest we'd pay for an officer. So if you hire a step 1, it's gonna be less, step 5 less, And then the other ones is how you gauge the incremental hires or spread it throughout the year.
This includes the vehicle outfit and everything.
That doesn't, well, no, this is a person.
We
But-
would need, obviously.
But I do have 3 reserve cars that we use them a lot. When car goes down, goes over. We could spread it and put them in a reserve car. They're still healthy. But then I'm starting to utilize assets and then cars break down. But if they're sitting there, we're not using them. So I might as well use them as well.
If you have another officer, does it reduce your overtime budget then, or does that stay the same?
Right now, we're still so lean. I think it would stay about the same. And especially with the special events and things like that.
Does this, sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions. Does the
No,
salary
it's good.
include your sergeant that you're missing a sergeant position? Does the salary increase include putting somebody back in that sergeant position?
No, that doesn't.
No, so right now you're still at the 2.
I have a vacant sergeant position that I need to fill. And this is kind of the time where we fill it or not at this point.
You
And
had that position and now it's gone.
well, it's
I
not
mean, it's
gone.
open, it's open.
We need the right people for it. And I've got those people now. It's just the time to fill it is when.
And it would be an increase in pay to
Mhm.
that person.
Well, yeah, a little bit. You could go to that PowerPoint. And these are estimates, right? So go down to, let's see, the wage.
Potential
You do the
wage.
sergeant wage. Just go to that green right there. So basically if they'd go to step 1. So if it's a step 4 or step 10 officer, they'd go to that step 1. There has to be that little bit of separation. So there's 2080 times that, you're looking at a couple thousand a year. So that difference, right? That's what that would cost.
This is,
But we do need supervision and we need more of it. I mean, it is very stressful on our line supervisors right now. That's kind of why this PowerPoint was laid out like that. But this is, it's where we're at. I don't know.
In regards to revenue, does the line item 103510 fines, is that all generated through the police department? Or is that also the Justice Department as well?
I don't
So
know.
the proposed budget revenue wise, it's line 48, $215,000.
Line
Does that go back into the police department, or does it just go in the overall general fund budget as revenue? It's not designated back for them.
No, I would say it's a
specifically, right?
general fund, because the police pull from the general fund.
I'm just curious.
So for reference,
I mean, there are some people that consider the police department as a revenue generator.
yeah,
We just enforce the law
I know,
and then it goes to the court.
tongue in cheek.
yeah, so a lot of them that come into that fines is them paying their stuff through the court.
Yeah.
So, but it does ultimately just go into like the general fund
As
bucket.
revenue.
Mhm.
But it appears to me that you're running as lean as you possibly can with what we see here.
And I know we talked about this we're already under the national, or how many we should have per citizen, correct? I mean, I think we talked about this last time, where it's like 1.4, we're supposed to be up
Yeah.
per
1,000.
person, and yeah, per thousand, and we're already behind.
Yeah, that's an estimate and something that I came up with all the research and put that document together and used, the capital facility plan and then what's around and the staffing and the short staffing and calling people in. One person calls off and then we're calling in overtime and we can't, it's last minute stuff, right? And so you put that and I think that number is important for at least the next couple of years to get built up. And then I think, and you need to evaluate it annually, really, and then it can kind of taper off. I think Twilla was was a 1.1 last time I checked. But yeah, I think that number is very accurate, that what we need. So.
Understood.
Good.
Do we have any other questions for the police chief? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Before we go to the next, you're good. Before we go to the next department, I just got a big, just 30,000 foot view question in regards to the revenue side.
Okay.
Really, the top item, number 5, what we're talking about here and what moves the needle for us and is property taxes. So if our budget is in fiscal year 26 was 2,082,977. And if our 2/3 the way through the year, which is end of February, is 2,034,171. And you're saying that your anticipated amount that we gain from those property taxes is 3,051,257 in column H. Okay, so
I'll explain.
please do.
This is a requirement in our presentation from the state. So as of February, these were our actuals. And then we basically put in a formula based on what the actuals were in February to project what the year end would be. It's a flawed, it obviously doesn't work correctly because in circumstances like this, the max that we could get is 2,082,000. So, we're not gonna exceed that to the 3 million. It works the same with our expenditures. There's a lot of one-time membership fees that we pay, like we gave to the Grantsville Social Bowl. But that's just a one-time thing, but it's fully spent in January but it would project that we would continue spending at that rate for the rest of the year. So column H is somewhat helpful, but you have to take it with a grain of salt because.
Just asking the question.
Yeah,
because
absolutely, because it is
half the
confusing.
shortfall is right there. I mean, if that's the case. So you're saying that from July 1, column G, let's just talk about that, because that's actuals, right?
Yep.
Column G, we collected 2,034,171.98. And we're only anticipating truly getting essentially less than 50,000 more, right? To hit our budget amount.
Mhm.
So column H is really, like you said, it's flawed.
Yeah, and to be sure, we have to, we do put in the budgeted amount based on the certified tax rate that is provided, but we have to budget based off of that amount that's in the certified tax rate, but collection isn't 100%. So there's people that end up doing deferrals, there's people that don't pay property taxes, there's people that pay later, so we'll get that revenue collected in years down the line, whether it sells at tax sale or it sells to a new purchaser and they pay the back taxes. So, but we do have to budget based off the amount provided for the certified tax rate.
Yeah, you can kind of see that in fiscal year 25. What we budgeted and what we actually got was nearly $100,000, not quite, but nearly $100,000 more than what we had budgeted.
Yeah.
So we can collect more.
We can, but I could
Just
not
matters
project
when
on
that's
a
gonna
budget that we would collect more.
So just one other question, and just so we're all knowledgeable and on the same page. So what do you attribute our ability to cover the budget in the past? And what, because it seems like to me that, and not really looking to and honing in too much on the past, but how were we able to make it the last 4 or 5 years?
I truly think the pandemic, I think COVID and the COVID relief funds that were provided were the saving grace for Grantsville City.
And you being the financial officer, how much money did we get? Because I don't think those of us on the council really know
I have no idea.
that number.
Yeah, and I don't, it's all been spent prior to when I started, but I could get that information for you.
It would be
just to let
really
you know.
helpful to know
Yeah, absolutely.
how much we received in the COVID relief fund. And then how much have we been taking from that excess over the last 5 years to really supplement our budget?
Yeah.
Because right now, according to what you showed us last Wednesday, I think we have, what was it, $2 million in that fund that's in excess, right? I mean,
For our fund balance?
yeah, our fund balance.
It's 2.4 million roughly.
Okay.
And one thing to consider with that as well is it will likely go up a little bit at the end of this fiscal year, just because we're not gonna have 100% spending. So anything that's unspent in our general fund would go back into the fund balance, but I don't have a number for you for that. So it will probably go up slightly by the end of this fiscal year, just because as we roll into fiscal year 27 and close out fiscal year 26, the unspent will go into that, but it would be, you know, a small amount just that's unspent from expenditure lines this year.
Thank you.
What did you say that number was again, Aspen? 2.8? 2.4.
And just so, I mean, a lot of people are thinking $2.4 million, we're fine, we have $2.4 million, that sounds like a lot, but a city technically should probably have how much? I mean, is that good for a city? Or, I mean, we've always been running behind.
Yeah, so we are somewhat restricted by state code. We can't carry more than, right now, the max is 35% in our fund balance.
And what does that 2.4, what's the percentage that consist of?
I don't know.
Okay.
We could find out. It's not straightforward. Typically, they just calculate it at the end of your fiscal year, just because it's constantly moving, but it does consider things such as our assets and things that we have in equity. So it's not a true like bank account of money that's available. So, you know, for our fund balance, we could have 13 million in there, but a lot of that is attributed to equity and assets. And then we have 2.4 million in like available cash. So it's not, yeah, but there is legislature talk of capping cities at a 25% fund balance maximum, so that could change. And then there's also talk about capping cities, and it's gone to the legislature the last 2 years of capping them at the amount that they can increase property taxes. They want to limit it to 5% was the amount that was presented last year. So
our 84% would be no-go if that was in place.
that's correct. And so that is one thing to consider is if it does go back and passes next year, depending on what we do and what is decided this year, it could potentially stifle it, Grantsville, for a while.
Understood.
Is there anyone specific that you want to talk to next, or are you good to just have?
We take volunteers.
I'll go.
Okay. Which one do you want first, Christine? Okay, parks.
Was there anything specific on parks you wanted to review? Again, as Aspen said, I do have that unemployment, 1064.15.
Your salaries and wages, that's a 3% increase for all of the employees in parks. Is that what we have it at?
Plus a new employee, right? To take care of scenic slopes.
Partial. It wouldn't
Like
be
a
for the
part-time?
full, it would not be for the full year for fiscal year 27, but it was included for part of a new employee to bring on for
For the scenic
scenic
slopes.
slopes, yeah.
That's a full-time or a part-time?
Well, based on the property tax impact schedule, it's only 32,000, so that would be part.
And how many employees does this include, Christie? How many are allocated to parks?
Well, she wrote there 6. Right now, I have 3 park employees, 1 part-time employee and 1 part-time facility maintenance.
So facility maintenance is in the Parks and Rec budget?
No, I don't believe so. He probably is spread out across a couple budgets, to be
He
honest.
pulls from.
Oh, okay, that
Because
makes
a lot of-
sense.
A lot of our employees are not paid out of a single budget line, like.
Right.
I'll verify that.
No, that makes
I'll look
sense.
at it
Okay,
while you guys.
yeah.
I assume that's where you came up with those 6 because they report to Colton.
Probably.
Your part supply and equipment, a lot of that again is now fertilizer. We did buy spray equipment so we can spray this next time. It is fertilizer, it's sprinklers, it is repair every time we get vandalism. It goes fast.
Well, and you've spent 34,000 through February. You got 4 more months there.
I'm already
You're probably
past,
already over that.
yeah,
50
I
mark,
am.
I'm sure.
I'm over budget in both parks and cemetery right now. For their parts.
Cemetery looks great, by the way.
Thank you.
I went there yesterday and looks fabulous. It's on track. So.
Just to shout out to that, I also received a text from a citizen stating that same thing, that it looked great. So thank you.
It's fun. I called them in and I was gonna chew them out for something is what they thought. And then I shared that text with them, so.
Oh, good.
Someone got a shout
Chew 'em out
out.
Chew them out
I said,
tomorrow.
okay, we have got to, and then I told them, so it was fun.
Chrissy, not that you would know this right out the gate here, but just curious, those expenditures, what portion of that would be attributed to the park on Cherry Street? You know where I'm going with this, probably.
That's hard to say. Again, Cherry Street does get our most vandalism, I will say that. We've had extreme vandalism in there before and then thankfully not as bad this year. But again, sprinklers, valves, upkeep,
Portable restrooms.
portable restrooms. But portable restrooms comes out of 33, right there, 1064-33 has its own line. But, it just, we've been putting a lot of money or tried to fix Scott Bevan Park also. So there's been money that went into that this last year in the concrete.
That one definitely needs a sign, so that people pass it and there's no signage out front, so.
It bought some picnic tables that are at Cherry Street and Hollywood this last year.
And I guess with scenic slopes, that number probably should go up. But I guess we have the 1-year maintenance on that for the grass and stuff, but if there's any vandalism up there, that'll be in that budget line item.
Police department will take care of that. It's a good neighborhood.
Any other questions? You want to go next one?
Let's go to the next. next one.
Okay,
Yeah, because
So-
I'm not seeing anything there.
Yeah.
that-
no.
There's $24. I was questioning.
Cemetery is similar. Again, like I said, I'm over budget on our parts, supply and equipment already right now. So the employee, you don't see any employees there. She had them listed in the parks, but they're all connected. Our water expense for both places, we have to pay ourselves for our water, even though it's culinary water. So we meter and keep track and pay ourselves for that. That $1,000 for the North Cemetery is what we budgeted for the year before, that we were gonna expand it, and then we said, wait, maybe we don't need to expand quite yet, let's widen the roads. And we just haven't got to it. So we're just asking that we roll that over again and still hope to widen those roads in the cemetery.
So that has not been spent.
No, the only part that's been spent is about $8,000 for that rubber underlayment of the fence. That's 3/4 complete.
And did that come out of that line item?
Yeah, I don't know why we don't see it, but it's,
It might have not been when I pulled it.
yeah,
Okay.
it's a recent purchase.
Yeah, that line item is now has $90,852.74 in it.
We're talking about 1066.82.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, we had spent $9,157.26 out of that line item as of
Okay.
right now.
We have about 90 grand left.
Mhm.
Are we looking to use, oh?
Yes.
Looking to
Yes.
use our group to do, okay.
Yes. Next one. Okay, so we also have streets, Class C, I have garbage, or we can go to water or sewer, so.
This is back to Jeopardy.
We'll
take streets. We'll take streets.
It's kind of a lot of lines. So again, streets, right now, we have 5 full-time, we have 1 opening position. Also help. We did decrease the light repair. We had 10,000 in it. We said, let's roll the dice and go with 5,000. Anytime we have to repair a street light, it's typically around $2,000. We don't have the expertise to do that right now. If it's just a bulb, we can change a bulb, but if it's more, then we hire that out. Your parts, supply and equipment, that 30,000, that's actually low. That will cover us as long as we don't have a lot of snow and don't need to buy a lot of salt. So again, we'll hope that it snows in the mountains and rains in the valleys. So you can see in 25, our actual was double that.
So that's risky, really, to.
Yeah, that's. It's half almost what it's.
So
go ahead.
One of the biggest items, I mean, really that jumps out is just at the top, the salary and wages. And if we could just talk about that in general, it just says corrected on the notes. So 1060-11. So the fiscal year 26 budget was 152,000 and this year's budget is $100,000 more. So just go into a little detail and explain that, the reasoning behind that. It's not just the COLA increase. So.
Correct. We do have Ben budgeted in that line item now, whereas
Okay.
previously he was not. 1, we didn't have a Ben, and 2, he wasn't budgeted to be coming out of streets. So that's something that's an adjustment that we've made internally between Christie and payroll and HR.
So
And
a
so
portion
that's-
of his wages is reflected right here.
Yes.
All of it.
All of Ben is paid out of streets. Ben is 100% streets. With that, we do have the caveat that throughout the year, as Ben does projects, we can reimburse streets from the Class C road funds, as we had discussed previously.
Yeah.
But we do have to cover him from somewhere first. So that's where he's budgeted.
So he could pay for himself
Correct.
to a certain extent, right?
Yes.
And his crews as well. So that is, I mean, I understand we need to and need to have the budget, and we need to have the number there. But there could be some swing there, so.
Based on the road he's working on.
Yeah, and so again, that's our intent and our hope. Right now, our road crew has been doing scenic slopes frisbee golf, and then they've spent a lot of time right now on the rodeo grounds, preparing them for the rodeo. The last 2 days, they've been hauling we've been getting some free roto millings from UDOT, and we're, piling them.
Yeah, I saw them. out
And so
along-
that,
Yeah.
in hopes that saves us from buying material later.
Well, that's why we have to do a reimbursement, just because Class C road money is so restricted. We have to be very careful of what work was being done and then kind of like pay ourselves back out of Class C road funds, but it wouldn't just apply to him, generally speaking.
Any other questions?
Okay, and then we'll go down to, water, sewer, and,
We didn't, did we look at
Sorry.
Class C? We didn't talk about Class C road
Oh.
funds.
sorry,
Yeah, that's the enterprise fund, but
Yeah,
sort of.
let's just look at that real quick.
Yeah. So this amount, I do wanna, so this is what you guys had approved just recently for Ben to spend on his equipment. So this is where we're at right now with that. I'll keep adjusting this down as we get closer, but that will just be what carries over into being spent from that approval in next fiscal year. But that's that line item specifically, and then obviously the rest. Just can't ask about.
And I mean, we just approved this, but all that money has to be used and designated for Class C roads
Yes,
for that equipment.
that's correct.
then what we can save in that, we're gonna put toward road projects and actually start preparing.
Then it can buy the oil, the chip seal, the
Yeah.
crack seal, the mastic.
All the
Mhm.
product.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Then we do have the $1 billion there budgeted for the projects to continue on to do all those projects for next year in the roads.
Have we ever done road maintenance?
No, we've always hired it out.
Hired it out,
Mhm.
100%.
Mhm.
When was the last time we did some road maintenance?
Well, every year we've hired some out. Every year we've
So we
hired
have
some
a
out.
certain amount every year that we've
Mhm.
attacked.
But hopefully, again, our intent is to be able to do more now with this crew.
Be able to do more product with
Mhm.
an in-house group.
So adjusting that outlay really doesn't help us. That 2,797,810.
By just more
Because-
road product, basically.
But adjusting that down doesn't
No,
necessarily affect the overall budget
No,
because that money goes back.
because it
Do
can
that
only be in
same-
Class C.
I
Mhm.
understand. Just want to make sure that
Yeah,
we're all on the same page, that it can't be moved and reallocated somewhere else.
yeah, absolutely. And it's a great point of clarification, absolutely. But yes, that's the correct understanding.
But the cheaper that equipment is, the more roadway we get to fix.
That's correct.
And potentially the more money we get to use to help pay for his wage,
Correct.
which would affect the line item up above at streets. So in a roundabout sort of way,
It kind
in a
of,
roundabout sort of way,
Mhm.
we can affect that number up above.
Just gotta start on our Class C
Kind
roads
of.
first.
Only do Class C.
So I guess going back to that number.
All roads are Class C roads.
Sorry, everybody else drives. on dirt.
Can we move that number, down at all? I mean, I've got it noted.
Yeah.
So I mean, we can talk about it. There's 100K there. I mean, could we note that and say that, some of this Class C road fund outlay is going to go back to the projects and we're gonna pay ourselves for it, and that could affect that.
It could. I think my biggest hesitation would be, if it doesn't work out that way. So, and we don't,
Best
this is
laid
our
plans.
first year having, right? And so it's really hard to say, I couldn't go back and be like, yeah, so every year, we're able to use the Class C road funds to pay back then, so we can budget this amount to be less. It would just, I would be hesitant to reduce that. Just because we do need budget to pay for our employee.
Okay, well, noted, and
Yeah.
maybe we could tackle it a little bit later in an hour or two.
Brett
But
wants
it's
to
a
be here all
thought.
night.
What's that?
The Brett wants to be here all night.
No, I'm trying to think outside the box.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, asking the right questions and understanding where the monies come from and how they can be reallocated is important.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
Oh, I also want to say Ben was very knowledgeable when he did his, it's nice having Ben to know somebody who has roads experience. He seemed very knowledgeable, so. That's my thought on that, so.
So we get an increased amount of Class C road money based on the miles of roads that we have in the city, right?
Correct.
So as far as this year, will there be an increase in the amount of revenue we receive in Class C roads? Have we built enough roads that will make any type of
I
a
added
difference?
3 miles, so
3 miles,
it won't add that much, but
okay,
we submitted it.
okay.
It'll add up eventually, yeah.
Okay, you want to go to garbage? Or sewer, water, whichever comes up.
So I think water's first. Water, this just, obviously, I think it's worth looking at the budget, but just keep in mind it is an enterprise fund, so it is not impacted or impact property taxes. So it's its own fund based on the income that we receive from water. So it is its own budget, but
So I have 4 people, 3 and 1, that you can see back up to those wages. That's obviously covers more than 4 people. And so it's our water fund and our sewer fund that help supply some of the other employees, be it streets and parks. So.
So
um,
what you're saying is that some of the individuals paid out of this fund are also assisting and helping in other
mhm.
areas in Parks and Rec.
Yeah, it flexes like my salary, Aspen's salary comes out of there as well as Tyson's, because we do split into the enterprise funds. So it helps diversify.
Yeah.
The staff salary that has to do with those kind of
yeah,
departments.
so like we're not paid 100% from the general fund. So we do come out of these funds.
A good portion comes out of these funds respectively.
Yes.
Yes, proportionately.
Proportionally.
Their asphalt repair, we have there at 60,000 again, that's not, impacted by a tax increase, but we have a lot of water leaks. With having Ben's crew do it, potentially that could be less, but, I mean, I had 3 calls over the weekend, so I had 3 different water leaks this weekend. We have the water meters, as you have new builds and repairs. We haven't spent that much this year. The building has slowed down, but with the development that's on Shelby's and Bill's table, it's coming. So we're gonna be spending that in meters. Our parts, supply and equipment, I know that seems high, but I just did a PO for 1 PRV, that's $10,000. You know, connections for all these water parts, every Instatight is about $30 each. Brass has gone up exponentially. Every hydrant you have to replace is just under $10,000. So it goes fast if you have to make the repairs. Of course, if we don't, just like this year, we'll most likely not spend it all and it will roll over and I don't spend it because it's there.
Thank you.
Sorry, Christy had a question on the water meters, like when we get revenue back specifically, like I'm assuming, you know, you have a developer comes in, they come in and pick up a water meter and then we're charging them for the use of that water. Where does that money come back into in the budget?
So there's only 22 hydrant meters that we rent out, if that's what you mean. So a developer on their individual homes, we put the individual meters in. But you mean the hydrant meters? Where does that money come back into?
If they're using water to pack the road down or
Yeah.
something, they're drawing that water from a hydrant. They should be doing it with a meter and it should be calculating how
Where
much
does that
water
come
they're
back
using.
into, Aspen? Just their
Just
general
wondering if-
fund, right?
What was our
Just
process for that? Cause the reason I'm asking is I've been in multiple cities and I've seen anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000.
They put a deposit down to use the meter, but then it's $6 per 1,000 gallons is what we charge. So
We have 22, 24.
I believe it was 22.
Hydrant meters out right now.
So, and then they also fill up at the standpipe.
Would you charge them a fee every month on top of the usage that they?
Like a rental fee.
Mhm.
It helps buy
$75.
new meters essentially. Yeah, okay. But the revenue we receive from that, is it just going to the overall
I don't believe so.
revenue fund? Like
I think it
water
goes
income?
into this one.
Okay,
I can verify.
Okay.
Cause then this metered water sales is like our utilities, right?
okay.
But we do have water meter, I don't know. I'll have to look once I can get onto the other side just to verify, but I will verify and get you guys a number for where that revenue comes in. Cause we do charge for the usage based on from the rental of the hydrant meter.
I mean, really, for our purposes here, the water fund is kind of its standalone business. So,
Business,
I mean, really, what we're looking at in the budget
Is
and what
everything
revenue
This is
we get in
irrelevant,
property
yeah.
taxes, that this doesn't affect that at all. It doesn't get any money from that because it's standalone, because we've got
Correct.
it balanced out. So this is not something we should tackle.
Okay, yeah.
Or
happy-
sewer.
Well, yeah.
Or
I
Yeah,
mean,
sewer's the same. Sewer and garbage are the same. Yeah.
The only difference in this year that this, I mean, we could take note right now is that once you get the water credit funds, it'll come into the water fund and then you'll have to transfer out of here to the general fund.
Yeah.
Which we do have, I have it in here to come into the capital projects fund right here, because that's what I've. Right, we can adjust that and we can adjust that as you guys see fit. Excuse me, as we go through the general fund, but you are correct. So water fund, sewer fund and garbage fund are all their own, so they won't adjust property tax, but it is here, obviously, if you guys have notes, I don't wanna,
And you
Even
would
if it's
still
not
have to approve
important.
it as part of the budget.
but
So,
yeah, but we obviously don't have to spend time on it tonight. If you guys had other issues, you could email us that we could address about these funds.
which is a great idea.
These don't move the needle. for
No,
what we're
they
trying to do.
No.
So sewer, water,
And
garbage
garbage.
are all
Garbage.
their own.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
Cause they're all enterprise
Except
funds.
for the salaries, kind of is spread across, is kind of the idea, but they're proportional to what time usage they have, because we can't put like all my entire salary in the water fund type thing that we get audited, and so based on the audits, we've tried to maximize the diversification of our administrative staff's fund through the different enterprise funds.
Obviously, to help save money on the general fund.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks, Christy. Any new volunteers?
I don't know where we landed today, because I didn't get to see it. So, let's
This
see.
is where they are right
Where can I cut? So. Let's see. I guess what questions do you have in there? Then we'll go there. Let's see, sorry.
And so, I'm sorry, for salary and wages, how many employees is that under salary and wages?
So that would be the 3 chiefs, the fire marshal, and the secretary,
Oh, and that's all 40
and the
minutes,
mechanic.
All
All-
part-time. I mean,
yeah,
very-
but that's
That's
small
a
for them.
stipend.
Yeah,
It's a
the stipend.
I
Okay.
wouldn't call it part-time.
I wouldn't call it part-time.
No. It's Full-time. with-
Full-time with part-time.
With the penny
It's more like
pay.
a perk,
Yeah,
Volunteer, pat on the back.
yeah.
100 years.
So proposed budget is 41, estimated 48, we dropped 7,000 there.
Well, she said, I mean, you were 40,000 last year and you've used 32,000 in fiscal year 26. I don't know how that maths out.
Yeah, I don't know how that maths out either, because they're all the same, they don't change. Stipends the month, so explain that, that's been what you did on the salaries and wages for the fire.
That's probably just 3% across the board, so if it doesn't apply to the firemen stipends, or, cause we do pay chiefs. So that would be a no increase for chiefs then?
No, I was just wondering, because it's the numbers, so we're 32, we're at 48 is where it's projected.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you where it's at right now to be more accurate.
That'd be great.
I mean, that one should be pretty easy to calculate.
105511.
So actually, right now, it's at $43,219.05. So it's gone over the budget by $3,000, but it hasn't reached that 48,000 at this time.
But we still have 2 more months.
Correct.
Mhm.
That's probably through the end of April, right?
Yeah, that's as of today. So,
Vehicle maintenance is,
So that number actually should go up.
yeah,
I'm just telling you.
Just reality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what-
Yes.
What's real? So let's,
I'll just make a note and I can pull those.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
let's see, vehicle maintenance, that line item is low. I have not moved the ladder truck this year. I have not dumped any money into the ladder truck this year.
Please don't.
So, and we didn't have a big wildland season last year. So, but anything we do break on a wildland call, the state does reimburse us. So
Afraid we're gonna have.
Some of that.
this year's gonna be ugly. And we have 2 new brush trucks, so that helps our vehicle maintenance. Turnouts. I know we are over this year. That's only 5 sets of turnouts coming in the near future. We will have turnouts that will be expiring every 10
Sorry.
years.
What's a turnout?
Yeah,
So your bunker gear, your fire
Okay.
gear.
Oh,
your
okay.
structure gear,
I should know this.
your structure
I was
gear.
gonna
So they
ask.
do expire every 10 years. And we do have a list of people that are coming up on that 10-year to get new turnouts. So they're about $5,000 a set.
Yeah, you mentioned that when we were.
Yeah.
We
going
walked it.
through everything. Yeah.
Natural gas power, can't do nothing with that. Is what it is. We try to keep the heaters as low as we can, the AC as high as we can. Any questions, I guess?
The rent payment, for the fire station, that 97 grand, does that seem pretty accurate?
Yeah.
Estimate?
So it's actually, for this year, it's 109. And I can go actually grab my binder real fast if you want, just so I have those available.
Oh,
But it's just based on the loan amount that we're repaying for the payment for the fire station.
109, this is the one I'm looking at Google, I'm looking at Google Drive. I thought you were in Google Drive and you're updating it real time, but
Oh,
You're-
no,
you're not, huh?
apologies.
I
Yeah,
mean-
this one is the one that staff, who we've been working on this since this morning,
Okay.
so, and last week, but,
yeah,
Yes.
keep it, keep it there. That seems pretty.
Like, equipment line item,
That does not include the new Jaws of Life, does it?
Does not.
Because that was 90 grand.
well,
In
so
addition,
the 90 grand was for 2 sets.
Yeah.
So they're 45,000 a set. So that was a 2, so we would live with 1. So.
Okay.
Bigger.
But right now, that's not in there in the.
None of it is, yeah.
So what do we do if we need those? You just. get
We
them?
have hydraulic ones that are old.
that leak oil, that they gotta put oil in it as they're trying to extricate the people out of
Oh,
their cars.
jeez.
They just hang on there for a minute.
Yeah, let me get some
Get
oil.
This thing full of oil. That doesn't sound good.
No, it really doesn't.
And if
It's
they,
a liability.
if they start from bouncing around in the back of the trucks, then they're fun. They're old.
If council wants, we can add that right now.
I think we should.
How often, I mean, you find yourself needing those often?
No.
But it's
Thank
better, I
God.
guess, to have it. I mean,
Yeah.
I shouldn't say often, but I mean.
Yeah, so it's not. Probably 2 times a year, but if we get Mid-Valley Highway, it's gonna be more.
Yeah.
Even with the stoplight.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. They're out there once a week, seems like, with Will is.
Are we attacking the grant avenue for that too? Michael, do you know? Like, can we, is that something that's grant applicable, that type of equipment?
We, I believe we did apply for a grant
Did we?
for that, for extrication tools, yes. We're applying for every grant out there.
Okay.
That way.
Yeah, that's very good. Fire
Alexis.
guys. And
Alexis.
Yes.
Mhm.
Alexis, you are, but yes, Alexis.
Yeah.
definitely.
When you got that in there, the full amount for both, I mean, maybe let's,
I only added in 45,000,
Still, there's
So-
other,
just regular other expenses that were in there, but
Yeah, that's just a normal budget for,
Plus 45,000 for one
Yeah,
side.
she's at it.
Is there something else that you feel like is important that you wanted to add? that
Ladder truck.
you're not
ladder
getting here?
truck.
Well, I should say, yeah.
No, that's important. I think our uniforms line item needs to go up. We have one set of Class B uniforms. That you notice I wore a different uniform tonight because mine's at the dry cleaners being cleaned. You just can't wash them. And turnouts needs to go up because we do need to give people new turnouts as per NFPA
And that's a
standard.
requirement. That's not like a
Mhm.
wait and see.
Yeah, that's every 10 years. So
And
I
none of
believe
us
my
expire.
bunker gear, my structure gear is 11 years old. I don't wear it very often. I don't go in fires very often, so, but I need to have it, so if I have to.
So that's under your uniforms.
And then the volunteer appreciation proposed was to add money there for this yearly stipend for the firefighters. I noticed that we put the increase for the 100-year celebration. I will say I don't agree with about that being a volunteer appreciation. I think the 100-year celebration should be its own line item. And we're proposing 15,000 for that. You guys approved the badges last council. And we would like to do a couple events and do a nice event for the fire department, dinner or something with the city fire department for 100 years, because none of us will see another 100 years with the fire station.
So you're saying you want that to be separate from what you have in volunteer, and you're asking for how much in that one? In just the 100-year one,
The 115,000.
15,000, and including already 6,000? That would
No,
include-
that's with the 6,000.
With the
Total,
6,000.
total
Total.
15,000 for the 100-year celebration. Because we bought the challenge coins already. Now we've got the badges and patches coming, so it would just be 4 events and a nice dinner.
You're saying add an additional 15 grand?
No, so take 15,000 out of volunteer appreciation, make a different line item for the 100-year. And I propose to,
Was
Oh.
then you added 7, so take the 7 and add it to another line. And
So
bump that up to
leave-
15.
leave the 7 in volunteer appreciation and add 15,000 for the 100-year celebration.
And right now I have them in volunteer appreciation just because I don't want to tie up a one-time use budget line. You know, our 100-year celebration budget line is only applicable next year. And so I'm happy to look at what other budget lines we have in fire and maybe we put it in its own that's not used for volunteer appreciation. I'm happy to do that just so it is separate. But I was just hesitant. I don't want to create a new budget line.
Where
that's
it's a one-time.
a one-time use and then it's just gonna be forever cluttering up our chart of accounts for the next forever. Just because we
For the
only have
next 100 years.
celebration one time.
Yeah.
Just as long as we can note it, that's, I mean, that seems like the most obvious of what you've got there. I mean, that'd probably be the best place to put it. It's in 67.
And then if he wants, then we need to increase it by up to 100 or
No,
25.
20.
25,000.
20, so 17 and 15, what's that, 32?
Or what do you want this to be, I guess?
So
You said 10 grand.
17, or 15 and 7.
15, I thought.
So you want this line to be
Yes.
22,000. I guess.
Is that right, chief?
And that will average out, I think if we did the volunteer appreciation line item at 17,000, on average, I think that would be, we'd be like $8 a call.
Yeah.
Not including the other time at the station. That's just 4 calls. And doesn't include training. Any other questions? Come. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone like to go next?
Shall I? Okay.
Okay, our options were fairly limited because we're running pretty lean as it is and our staffing is pretty lean. But we did look at our collections development budget. We reduced a lot of those. Let's see, books. We dropped that $5,000. We can make up the difference with grants. We are not doing much with the music collection, so we cut that out completely. Audiovisual was reduced as well. We have a growing collection of DVDs for those who don't have streaming or online, services.
And those are quite popular, aren't they? The DVDs
Yes, yes.
for people to check out.
DVDs and children's books are the most popular collections that we have.
It's like Blockbuster.
A modern day blockbuster. I don't want
I hope we have a better selection
Okay, great.
and anyway.
to.
We won't go there.
Our collection aligns with the community standards and expectations. I'll leave it at that. Salaries and wages, we didn't have much room. I did ask for an additional part-time position. I don't think it's gonna happen considering everything that's been going on. If we did get another additional library tech 1, we would have put that person on the desk doing regular responsibilities, but also focusing in one of 2 different specialties. Either they would be trained and it may be a retired teacher, somebody who could do one-on-one tutoring for those who need some additional help with literacy or whatever it is, or somebody who would be comfortable with technology. And they would be the go-to person for computer support. The staff are great as it is now, but we're a little bit more limited than I'd prefer. And if we could do that and step up, I think it would be quite a help to the community.
I mean, salaries and wages, your budget's cut from 263,500 to 222, 212, right?
It's
And-
adjusted down. I did pull numbers based on our current, staff, and that's where I've been getting our salary and wages numbers was from current staff. So I'm not sure, I can verify just to double check that number, but I can't say that it's, it's not including getting rid of anyone for the library is basically what I'm saying.
And does that include a 3% COLA increase?
Yes.
Yeah, we also decreased dues and fees, 1044.63, as well as conferences, training and travel. The training that we do is either in-house or we allow staff to go to the state library, and all the training there is free.
Really, from last year to this year, you cut your budget 50 grand plus. Right?
Yes.
485 to 431. Good job, John.
Thanks. It's a non-standard director position. If we have an opportunity to help out with landscaping, or whatever it is, or grant writing, or whatever the position needs, we're able to step up. And so we just make it work.
They're always willing to help out. Yes.
So, any questions?
You might need your binder for this one, but the library rent at the 18,615, and pardon me from not ever asking this question, but I thought the library was paid for, but.
No,
I
so
mean-
it's not, and this number does change based on, so we also, Twila City sends us
Yeah,
money
right.
for
Okay,
it.
that's what I.
So they actually paid for the bulk of the library, and then this is the difference between what we get from Twila City and what's owed. So it does vary a little bit, but based on the numbers for this year, we're at
Okay.
18,650.
I mean, considering, that's not a lot divided by 12, right?
Yeah,
I was just curious as to.
This might need your binder too, Aspen, but all these rent payments that we're talking about, whether it's the library or the different buildings. Are any of those close to being?
No.
Paid? No. Okay. Just curious.
I think we looked at that list like, I want to say 7 or 8 months ago. We
Yeah.
got to see that. Where we're at.
Yeah, and I'll send
All
it out
different
again,
facilities.
just so you guys all have the updated numbers you can kind of see, and then kind of explain what each one of them is.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Thanks, John.
Welcome, Bill.
Guy with the bow tie.
I just got to start out by saying thank you for taking the time. This is an unscheduled meeting and I know you get paid a ton. That might be a place for you to start looking at saving some money, is cutting your own salaries. Just saying. The public's watching. Public's watching. No, thank you so much. This is tough. It's tough to go through all these numbers and sit through, and I'm really grateful for the time that y'all are putting in. So do you want to start out with building or community development? Let's go with building since it's on top there. Building is one of those interesting places where we actually see some decent revenue as building permits get processed. We do see fees and things that are associated with that. So keep in mind that even though these numbers look significant, they're offset also by some revenue that we get as well. So this hasn't changed a whole lot since the previous year. So hopefully, if you have any questions or anything on any of that.
Actually, looks like it's gone down, right, from 26 to 27?
Yeah.
What is that?
I'm just curious what the transfer capital project fund is and why is it not in the 27 budget, and what did we utilize in 26, and what, I mean, it says eliminated in the notes. So part of that equation is that particular number right there.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is to that, honestly. That was something that Aspen did, so I'm gonna defer to her on that. There was a transfer from our fund to the capital project fund.
Okay.
So.
Maybe that's fee in lieu, maybe? I don't know.
I want to say it had something to do with personnel, I thought.
I'm
No,
not sure.
maybe not. I might be thinking of something else.
Wait for her to get back, that kind of makes suspicions. I know they've had an increase in the building fund for a few years, and that's why there's probably about 1.2 million in capital funds from the building. But it is in our funds right now, balances. I think that Sherry was mentioning that that was part of the funds that she was gonna pull on for new city hall, or that was her plan for that. So I think that's what that transfer was in the past.
Okay.
If I was to guess right now.
Can you highlight, I mean, can you drive her computer? Can you highlight the formula in F 425? Just the formula down below. And does that include that?
Yep.
Okay, it does. I'm just curious why the. Let's see where the increase is. I mean, you got $73,876 in increase in budgeted salaries and wages. So that's a significant increase between 26 and 27's proposed budget. Line 406, right?
So you're wondering why this is smaller for this?
Well, I mean, the transfer capital projects fund, where I asked the question about that. And so.
So this is something that we have taken out based on, I have put the 18 million in. So this isn't unique to building. There's a couple of others that had transferred a capital projects fund in their budget, because your capital projects fund doesn't have a revenue stream. It only gets revenue from the general fund putting money into it.
Okay.
So I took all of that out for this budget under the assumption that the 18 million from the water credit sales would be going into capital projects.
Okay.
That's different. We can of course adjust that, but it is like, there's no money to do the capital projects unless we're putting money into it. Like, it doesn't have its own revenue source outside of transfers in from the general fund. So,
Consolidated or.
Yeah.
Project for one location.
yeah, so no department budget is contributing to the capital project fund at this time because of the 18 money. If we do something different with it, we could adjust.
Any other questions on any of that?
Yeah, I see where the difference is.
Yeah, I knew she'd have the answer,
Sorry,
Well, that's a little bit more.
I was getting the debt thing.
getting the other answers.
So the 573, go.
Sorry.
So the 573, 876, that reflects the wages we currently have in the department now.
Mhm.
For an entire year, plus a 3% COLA. And the employee benefits and the health insurance, that's all reflective of the increases that would happen there. Right.
And those are a 5% increase based on what PHP is gonna be charging us.
So you have a $67,000 decrease in the total budget, but you have a $73,000 increase because of the $154,750 on line 424. So I see what the math is now.
And we didn't split, the bills and berries out of both budgets there.
Yeah, and even like you hit.
I think my salary is split between the two departments.
Yeah.
And
I think you're like 50-50.
yeah, and I think Barry's comes directly out of community development, so.
But you know, Tyson, Michael, myself, we're also considered into the salaries and wages of these budgets as well.
Yeah.
Proportional.
Proportional.
Any other questions on building? Okay, then community development. You can see that there. A lot of the increases there are directly related to some new positions that were added. My position, Barry and Tayun. And then there were commensurate increases, smaller increases, but commensurate increases in the training budgets and that kind of thing, because we're training additional people as well. So that makes sense, I think, in those places, I hope. One of the places that you'll see a significant reduction, easy for me to say, is in the engineering, the engineering services line item. We're keeping that budget still relatively high for this year, and then we'll kind of see how it goes. We do still use engineering services outside the city, outside of Barry, because and it's useful to have that on our books, because there are projects and things that are done that require specialized skills that are outside of Barry's wheelhouse. He's really good. He can handle almost everything. But for example, floodplain administration and recommendations that way are a very specialized kind of skill set. And so to help offset that and to help with reviews with plans that do involve the floodplain, it's useful to have someone that we can tap to say, please help us review these plans for floodplain impact. So that's why that looks the way it does. This may or may not fully get used, and if it doesn't, we'll reduce our budget numbers for next year. But we wanted to make sure that we had that, even at a reduced rate, still on our books. So if we did need it, it was available.
I mean, we kind of missed the boat on 26 budget. It was 50 grand. We spent 91,000 through 6.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of
through 8
a
months.
tricky number too, because we do charge some of those numbers back to the developers for in the review fees and things like that. And they agree to pay, when they apply, they agree to pay any outside looks that we have at those things. So although the budget line item looks significant there, we've also had a significant increase on the revenue side.
Yeah.
So.
But we don't see that because that goes into the general fund.
So it is, so building and community development are kind of tricky. we have them in our financials that you guys get sent out. They're actually not included in the general fund, and you'll see them in their own. And so you'll see their revenue compared to their expenses. However, during budgeting, we do include them just all in general fund with their expenses and their revenue together, because should they fall short in their revenues, their expenses will be covered by the general fund. So it's not a true enterprise fund. Ultimately, it kind of operates as one
Functions
to
like
even
one.
out, but it doesn't always work out that way. So.
Our goal is, and that's why we have looks at the fee schedule on a regular basis too, to make sure that our fees that we're charging do cover the expenses that are being incurred by new development in particular. It's not going to be a one-to-one. Obviously, we do other things in the department that take time and money. But Shebley said she has something like 120 applications that she's working on right now. We had 52 building permits last year for new homes, just for new homes, not businesses or anything like that. We're keeping busy, and our crew is very efficient and very lean. And I feel really good about these numbers and the direction that they're going. I'm super proud of our employees. The work that they do is the best quality around, and I couldn't ask for a better crew to work with. Yeah. And I know each department feels like theirs is the best, but I would say that mine is, hands down.
Nice sales pitch.
So any questions on any of this? We did have a pitch for an iWorks, new additional iWorks module that we might be looking at. And so that might get added to this. She sent me the numbers and I can't remember what they were. They were like $7,000 or something like that. And that would help us with streamline our operations and have a different forward-facing applications portal for developers and applicants, so that they know where they're at in the status and who's reviewing what and all of those kinds of things. So that could be useful going forward. But again, it's one of those things that we need to decide if we want to pay for it or not. So that could be something that we'll bring forward. That was just this today after. That's why we had to leave, was to go talk to them about that. So we're gonna have a follow-up with them on that, and we'll get those numbers to you as soon as we can.
So it's an online portal program that allows the GC to go in and see the status of what permits still outstanding. And
That's exactly right. And what the status is on the reviews and all of those kinds of things. If there's any payments that are outstanding.
Anything like that in the city.
We kind of do, but we rely more on email communication that way. And there's not really a forward-facing iWork portion of that. And so we send letters out to people and things we generate through iWorks, code enforcement and that kind of thing. And we keep track of our own internal stuff there, but this would add that customer facing module on, and that seemed like a useful thing. So we'll let you know.
So specifically on line 450, grant expense, $115,000 for a general plan. That's our matching amount.
No, we're getting 100,000 from WFRC.
Okay.
And then the 15 would be our match on that.
That one,
Okay, so if we're getting
So that would be,
money,
there would be a revenue stream in under grants.
you've got it reflected in grants,
so yeah.
that 100 grand?
The hard part with grants, and that is something that I have to bring up that we kind of touched on a little bit in our meeting this morning, is grants are hard because every grant application asks if you have the project budgeted. And if we don't, we have to say no, and that doesn't work out great. So this one ultimately costs us 15,000, but we
Okay.
have 100,000 in revenue and 115 coming out. So our part is 15,000. But I have to show that in our budget, we have that project budgeted for it to be completed. And so that's one caveat with grants that I think has been, we really need to start focusing on, because there's been a lot of times where Alexis has been asked to go after a grant, and technically we don't have that project budgeted. And so it's a catch-22, right? Because if you budget for it, where's it gonna, how does it show up in our budget? But if it's not budgeted for the grants, it doesn't look as well as on a grant because it seems like it's not a project that the city was actually planning to do anyway. So.
So where's the other $100,000? Can you show, I guess, exactly where it is up on the revenue?
So, yeah,
Right.
let's see.
I know it's a lot to scroll all the way back up to.
So here we go. I actually put it in 115, so I do need to reduce it, but it's here in grant revenue for community development, but it should only be 100,000. Oh, not a million.
Yes, a million. Thank you. That felt nice.
We're good.
Heart
You're
attack.
surprised, I solved so many problems with that
Aspen
million.
just needs to add some zeros
If I
in
add
places
zeros
and we're gonna be
But yeah,
fine.
so that is right here, so that will actually be, a grant revenue specific line, so, oh, I already got past it.
So by
it
me
is
open
right
up my
here.
big mouth, I just lost us $15,000.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, Brad.
Going the wrong
But I
direction.
mean, good. It's
Good, yeah.
good for transparency, but it is budgeted, it is included in revenue, so I'm sorry.
But $15,000 is a good buy-in to get 100,000.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
money well spent.
We all understand.
Yeah.
We want to do
Right.
that, right?
Yeah, grants are, yeah,
Yeah.
that's something we have to do.
And one of the things we talked about this morning too, and I'm not sure if you guys had heard the news or not, but we had a meeting late last week with the folks at the Army Depot about Colonel Road. I don't know, did you guys hear about that?
Yeah,
Yes.
we heard some.
Yeah, so the exciting news is that the value though, that we get from having the depot participate with us in that project is that we can leverage that, the value of the land in grants and grant proposals going forward. So Barry told me that it's just a ballpark, but the land that he had kind of penciled in, the value of that was about 2.5 million. Instead of us having to go pay for that, the grant from the depot could then be used to go and leverage.
That could be a matching to the grant.
Exactly. We can use that to leverage and get grants for, what is it?
The FEMA.
The FEMA and then,
Great Salt Lake.
yeah.
That-
say
Was
the
it
Great Salt Lake
MIDA
program.
maybe that they called it?
Maybe MIDA, maybe we can get some of that sweet O'Leary money or whatever. But the idea is that it all kind of works together. And so that's how we're approaching this, trying to find creative ways to leverage money that we don't really have to get more money that we don't have yet. So.
It's a good plan.
Yeah, we're working it. Any other thoughts or questions on that? Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go next?
Yes, please.
All right, so you know me as judge, but today I'm the Justice Court Director, Jamie Topham. I'm not appearing in my judicial capacity, but I'm appearing in my director capacity. So let's look at my budget. What happened to our wages?
I adjusted yours to be the proper amount.
But it can't go down, remember?
No, that's the same, because before I had you budgeted for the same amount with a 3% increase.
Okay,
So I kept it, it reduced down to what it currently is without 3% increase
on anyone.
on just you. We gave the girls a 3%.
Okay, but you have to do, and you did my 3% increase.
I kept yours at the rate that it was supposed
Oh, it has to go at 3%. Okay,
to. So
so
it
this
does
is,
go up 3%. I'm
this-
sorry,
yes.
this is just miscommunication between us.
yes, this is what's
Okay.
complicated.
I'll change that one back.
My department is a separate entity, a separate branch of government. However, you guys provide us the money. So I have these different hats that I wear. One of the hats that I wear is as a judge, and there's a specific statute about how you pay me. And it's dependent on workload, but once it's set, you can't decrease it, even if my workload decreases. This last year for transparency, the state sent out, or the AOC sent out that our workload, my workload went down. So it was 0.24% last year, and this year says it's at 0.19%. What happened is they went back and they reweighted the different types of cases. In reality, our caseload over there has gone up dramatically. So for example, in April of 2025, we had 66 case filings. April of 2024, it was about the same, 66 case filings. April of 2026, we had 166 case filings. And that's just going up as the police department does their job. It creates more of a job for us. I don't know why the AOC decided to weight the caseload the way they did, because it has certainly not gone down. We've created efficiencies over there. We've created some efficiencies with how the prosecution handles cases that can be handled a little bit more administratively, but it has not reduced the workload on my staff. So right before I came to the court, we had 2 full-time people. Right before I started, they reduced that to 1.5, and we're at 1.5, but we really need 2. And I looked at the budget, I'm a realist. And so we're at 1.5, but I've asked that we look into being able to bring on a second part-time person before the next fiscal year, because I don't know that my current staff can handle the caseload. And the part-timer that I have now is going to have to transition to remote, because she has to relocate out of Grantsville City because she can't continue to reside here and work for part-time wages. Another added thing that for you guys to consider, and I'm giving all this information because I don't know if you guys know anything about the court or how we run or what we do, but the judicial assistants, it's pretty specialized. They have a lot of training that they have to go through to become pretty proficient. And it's been at least a year. Takes them at least a year to get to where they're really proficient, where they can take care of anything at any given time. So to replace somebody like that is a huge pull of resources. Or if we have to do the training, and I don't have another person to do the training if we have to get a new person, my current full-timer would have to do that, and we don't have a budget for overtime or anything like that. So all of that I would like you to take into consideration when I'm asking for. My ultimate ask would have been a full-time person so that I could keep my current other part-time judicial assistant here in Grantsville. I understand that's not working out. She's going to make a transition. We're going to make it work, but I really like you to consider a second part-time position. And I understand that city council has to make a decision on that rather than us just going and hiring. Beyond that, our budget's extremely thin. We are very efficient over there. We try to do everything electronically and as little paper as possible. There are some things that we can't get around. So our supplies are low, our parts and equipment. This last year, we actually did a lot of expenditures the year before, and we sometimes try to make it work with the police department. Like last year, we got the electronic fingerprint machine that makes things much more efficient for both departments, and we shared that as a budget. So you'll see that stays pretty low, but I can't anticipate what's coming next, so I'd rather not reduce that. But we've reduced pretty much everything else that we possibly can. Oh, I was starting to tell you about my rates. So when you see that the workload went down, there's also on that letter, it suggests what the pay is, and it's less than what I'm currently earning. But you can't change my pay during a term. So, and it says that all in the letter, so take a time to read it. I don't know if you've gotten it, but I'm putting that information out there for you so you understand. And you do have to do the same increase that you would do for other employees in the same department.
Okay, so I do give you the 3%.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. I had it in there before, and then after this morning, I was like, oh, I'll take it out then.
Well, when I did the
Okay.
math, it wasn't mathing at 3% for the whole
Okay.
department, but that's why I asked.
We'll put that in.
Do you have any questions? Do you want me to clarify anything else?
I do. Where the bailiff wages, where did they go? They were.
So the bailiff wages are actually in the police department's budget, and I believe that's.
Yeah. So that just goes into the overtime line.
Yeah.
So we.
Yep. Why is it not in the judicial one?
that money now.
Can we put it in the judicial line? I mean, it was there before. Why did it
You'd
get?
have to reduce it from the overtime for the police, and then
Oh,
that's where we pay for it.
is the overtime budget?
And my understanding is that it all comes out of the general fund, so it's
Does
makes
it really
sense.
matter?
Does it what?
I said it doesn't really matter then, you're saying, because it all comes out of the general fund, whether we put it in yours or theirs.
Right.
Yeah.
And we have to, they have to, by statute, they have to provide us bailiffs, and they do. It's great. I mean, we never have an issue. We always have the bailiff support that we need. We always have whatever transport we need. That's working really well. How the finances work is in my department.
Well, I guess it doesn't really matter as long as it's being budgeted for and they know that they have to. Which, so, I mean, goes to another officer when you've got people covering the courts on a day, that's another officer you've got off the streets. And it's not only one, you've got multiple, like, could you have one coming in and doing at the front and then one, how many do you usually have? in
It's
this?
minimum 2, but most of the time it takes 3.
Yeah, and it's quarterly once a week, I think, right?
That's correct. We're typically just in the morning. We will have small claims or trials in the afternoon on Thursdays. So since, when I came in, they were doing 2 or 3 days a week. Now we're 1 day a week. We've made it as efficient as possible. Also thinking about attorney time. So his resources are, focused on 1 day for our court, and then he can focus on city matters otherwise. And the same with, legal defenders. So, I mean, I don't know how much more efficient we could possibly get.
Yeah.
As it grows, we may have to change, and I'll evaluate as we go, but right now it's working well.
So you're asking the judicial is another part-time, that's what you'd really like to get. Who do we have there right now?
So
Valerie?
I have Valerie Barrett and Jordan Courtney. Valerie's full-time and then Jordan's part-time.
Okay.
And by state statute, we have to have hours that were available to the public. We're meeting those even with the way that we structured our time. So.
What is the cost of that request roughly?
So the cost of the request for at turning my part-timer into a full-time was roughly 26,000 additional.
26, okay.
And then, so part-time person's probably a little bit less than that. But that was a conversation we had this morning, so I didn't have time to put that together for you. The other unique thing about me and my position is I'm the only part-time director. So I'm happy to answer questions and come to things when I can, but I'm also still working full-time in other endeavors. So, any other questions?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a quick break?
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yep, you have the 5-minute adjournment.
I will.
You ready, Alicia? Okay, we are back in our special work meeting, and do we have another? Oh, Chief Sager is going to give some information.
Reduce this a little bit, but some of the costs here, the public donates a lot of food and resources to the shelter. So that's why we're able to keep that price down. So that's significant. And then our officers, this is a part-time position. The officers take care of the animals when they're not there. And so that's kind of a hidden cost as well. What they're cleaning the kennels, walking them, and doing all the stuff when we don't have him. But that's pretty slim budget. So
Yes, it is.
for to run our own animal shelter, but that hidden cost is within the police department.
They usually go out there like twice a day or something like.
Yeah, morning, night, clean, and make sure to feed them, clean them, walk them. Yeah.
How much were you proposing to put in the capital project savings fund this last week? There was an amount.
I think Michael had suggested 2 million.
We need to build a new building, because right now it's at the sewer treatment plant building location.
Yeah.
When we have a new plant in operation in 2 years, so we need to start contemplating how we're gonna pay for that. Whether it's a bond, do we pay for that, or start saving up now and pay for a new building? We are trying to coordinate efforts with the county and Twilla to do a joint animal shelter. And whether that takes a lot of this, increase that pay towards that, we're still in the very beginning stages of that. We just need to be aware that that is on the horizon.
And that would probably fall in your capital projects fund as well, so that could be a use of the water code as well. Potentially. I've instructed.
Hopefully we can find some
And if
grants.
we put that number in there, that's where we'd have to take it from. We'd have to put something up in revenue to cover that
Yeah,
amount.
we would want to put it in the capital fund one with the 18 million. Otherwise, the property tax, it would just.
Yeah, well, let's shoot it through the roof.
Yeah,
It can't
be
be
even larger, which we can't do. So, yes,
It's the same thing with the fire department and the new ladder truck.
Yes.
correct. For the project.
And then the same, I mean, the animal control, we could use a full-time person, right? And that's outlined, but where we're at with the budget is the officers are just gonna have to keep doing what they're doing. And then I wanted to make sure on the police budget, I sent the information over. I didn't go into what we needed. I thought I'd share that last week, just so you guys have the information and kind of see. So if you have questions on that, I was hoping to answer them here but as long as you got the information was my concern. But that should tie up my budgets. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've gone through most of the, I know we should hit now just our city hall general government budget line. But looking through here, I think we've heard from everyone else, so. Oh, yeah, good point, okay.
Start with that.
Okay, so we do have our community relations budget, which is basically our budget that allows Grantsville City to participate in community events. So this is where you'll find our 4th of July budget, our donation to things such as the Grantsville Social Bowl, the CJC. We do have a small Grantsville High School scholarship, the Bears Family Scholarship. This is where we also now have the rodeo. You know, we did include your guys' training. We moved this from the general fund city budget to this one, just because this is mayor and council more, rather than, we don't want it to get mixed in with city staff. We just wanted to separate it out. So,
And we did reduce the small business alliance.
yeah, so Michael did renegotiate that. So now we are still supporting and contributing to the small business alliance, just at a lower level. We have our,
Unless council wants to keep it as is. But
Yeah.
talking to them, Twilla and the county pay 20,000 each. And I figured that because we were proportionally smaller of a city, we should definitely have a smaller portion of that contribution. They'll still be providing services for us, for our small businesses and different things like that. But we'll be we'll need to notify them this is what the amount the council wants to reduce to let them know that, so they can have that in their budget. Or you can reduce it to nothing. I still feel like the value of what they bring to our small businesses here is warranted.
One thing to note is this employee appreciation line, so, this is separate from our department employee appreciation, so this is what funds the annual, Christmas party for the city employees, so for the city staff, the little luncheon that we did last year, along with like the city, like the voucher to go to Solberg's or Macy's and get your Pam or whatever. And then there's also a buffer in there for employee appreciation lunches, should that take event, and then also an option maybe potentially for a small summer event, but majority of that is the Christmas party. It does take up a substantial amount.
I'm not seeing in here what we donated to the stock show. We bought a pig and a sheep from a Grantsville youth.
Yeah, so that's included in community relations,
Okay.
so you'll see over here that community relations
Oh,
line.
there it
Oh,
is.
livestock,
Sorry.
there it is.
Livestock
Yep.
animal Mayor
I missed
Kansas City, yeah, so that's what that budget is used for, so that's what's justifying the 10,000, and then it had a 3% increase that made it 10.3, but that's what it's spent on, is those items.
I have a question on employee tuition reimbursement. Is that if everybody suddenly decides to go to school, do we have to pay? Can we?
It's a
will we
first
have-
come, first served.
First, and then that's it. That's your budget. You're done.
Yeah,
And then where you have eliminated on the rodeo, but is the 25,000 in the budget or not?
so that has changed since this morning to this afternoon to then this morning, it's gone back and forth a lot, so, that we would appreciate council's advice on. I do think based on the interest that we've gauged, it would be nice to assume that every year we're gonna have sponsors to cover the cost of the rodeo. But similar to with grants, I do think I have a hard time planning an event knowing that we don't have budget in there. And so it would eventually, potentially, hopefully be a wash. But it's hard to know what the continued support will be for the event in future years, where this year it has gotten a huge support. We're bringing it back, it's our first year back. And Shelby has done amazing to get the sponsors for that. So to be sure, the rodeo for this 25,000 would cover a stock contract and a clown. And then that's it. So of course, we would like to get sponsors and reduce that cost down, but then we also have other costs, that are incurred with that. We have portable restrooms that are being brought in to meet the requirements for the mass gathering. We have to get permits, mass gathering permits, and special event permits. We also have to pay to have like EMTs there.
Yeah.
Just different things that end up coming, that is a cost, so.
Overtime for the police.
Yeah, so the 25,000, and parks, facilities,
A
maintenance.
lot of those are not included.
Yeah, so
So-
the 25,000 is just the stock contractor and the plant.
So where's the revenue anticipated to get from that event, from ticket sales and from donations in the lineup above? So
So-
where's that, where does that even out?
Yeah,
So
so,
it's not just a negative.
right,
Or are you taking that into account?
so right now, it does not, right here. So it's budgeted for revenue at 35,000. So, and I hope that that's what we get, that is an estimate, and it's really hard because we haven't even finished this year yet, and we don't have the previous year's data to go off of, but I do have 35,000 budgeted for there.
So according to this, it pays for itself, according to what you have on paper,
Yeah, and plus 10.
plus $10,000.
Yeah.
But this year, do we have the stock contract in the club?
Yeah.
Oh, we do.
Yeah,
And the plan,
And the donations.
and the donations, yeah, it's fully funded this year.
Great.
With the extra, so,
To
You
help
know.
repair the stuff.
yeah, there's been a lot
Lots
of
of-
improvements.
lots of
A lot great
improvements,
Community support.
lots of
Super workers.
donations. Yeah, it's been incredible.
Yeah,
Lots of volunteering.
Lots of volunteering.
It's been,
They're out there tonight picking up
Yeah,
rocks.
They were there Saturday, they were there Saturday before.
Let's see, all like.
oh, yeah, did you guys have any more questions about this one, I guess, before we move on? Oh, okay. So, and then our last one is, oh, yeah,
Tyson is online.
We did adjust the location where we're putting out legal fees.
yeah, so we can talk about this. This goes in hand with our. So I'll talk and then we can see if Tyson wants to say something. But we had this legal services line previously in the city hall budget. Then last year, so fiscal year 26 was the first year that legal had its own department budget. So previously it was all in here. So last year they didn't budget for anything in legal services in the city hall. However, we have spent out of it. And so for next year, we did put in a small amount for our reporter to use for a water attorney for water credit, water shares, water rights. I'm not the water person, so I'm probably saying, well, whatever she uses it for water. And then we did do in legal services in our legal department's budget, we did increase that to cover, basically. We have high legal expenses, a lot of litigations that are ongoing right now. As Tyson mentioned in our meeting this morning, you know, kind of depending on how these litigations start to fall, like we could be done with some of them soon and that would no longer be an expense. It's just hard to know kind of how they're going, so. But for transparency, I want to budget an appropriate amount rather than under budgeting and continuously going over budget. So that's the number we felt like was appropriate to account for the city hall as well as legal services within the legal department. This amount might seem low for their salaries and wages, but again, the legal staff is split out across various department budgets because they assist
Everybody.
everyone. And then of course their benefits, office
But,
supplies.
so back to that.
Sorry,
So I thought that was in those other budget line items. So in addition to what we have here, you have other monies set aside in different departments for the legal department to assist them. Like for instance, Bill's department, which he assists quite often with his.
so they don't pay, so just in the salary line, so basically Tyson's proportionally split out into like building and community development, water, sewer, garbage.
In addition to this line item right here.
Yes, yes.
How many people do we have in legal? Is it just,
It's 3, so we have Tyson and then 2 staff.
okay.
Their office supply did go down for, you know, just reducing for accuracy. Their computer software went down. Hard supplies and equipment went down. We got rid of their book CDs line. We mentioned legal services. Internet did go up 3%. It's, you know, average, they're paying mobile 56. Employee appreciation is their 3 employees. And then we did adjust that down for accuracy. And then conferences, training, and travel did go up $500 to include all staff.
So the big item is really line 165 legal services and moving that from up above to there. And you guys fell on that 185 number. Do you feel like that number could be any less? I mean, it definitely could be more. I mean, I get it, I understand, but.
I think depending on the current litigations and the possibility of it going to appeal, I don't think so.
That's a great question, Councilmember Butler. This is Tyson online. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, terrific. So when looking at these legal services, that is sort of a number that's hard to target. I mentioned this morning, well, we don't know if that number should be 300,000 or if it should be 150,000. We're obviously trying to shoot for the lowest amount possible on that. And part of what we do is in the legal department is we not only respond to problems after they happen, but what we try to do is reduce the amount of legal resources that we expend on liability on behalf of the city. We try to advise the different departments on ways that we can reduce risk. And that's a hard number to quantify as to how much we've avoided by spending the legal resources where we have. But with the legal services, there's always going to be some need for it. The practice of municipal law is quite varied, and so there is always going to be a need for bond specialists, for water specialists, land use specialists from time to time, litigators. But with that, that number will likely come down. I've been looking around at some cities of similar size. Heber City, for example, in 2025, they had budgeted about $150,000 for their legal services budget out of their legal department. And this year they've budgeted much less than that. And so their budget has gone quite down quite a bit. I would imagine it's because they had some major litigation that had been resolved. So to the extent we're able to resolve some of the litigation that we're going through and not replace it with new litigation, that number will go down. Beyond that, to sort of echo what Judge Topham has mentioned, we've noticed an increase year to date from last year in prosecution cases. So we're up 69% over last year in cases that we're prosecuting. That's pretty significant. That means that about half of our resources are going towards prosecution. While I only spend about 1 day in court doing prosecution work, our staff and myself, we daily handle these cases. So we're screening them every day. We're corresponding with defense counsel and working with victims, and it's quite task heavy. Just on the prosecution side, and with a growing city, there's quite a bit of additional load on the civil side too. So we're trying to reduce risk as the city grows.
Thank you, Tyson.
Thank you.
Suggestion on that line from council. We're just leery of doing it too low right now, where we have all the different litigations. I think we're at 3 different litigations, almost possibly 4. You guys don't have to give me the exact number, but it is substantial, more so than we actually really want right now. Yeah.
I apologize. I'm trying to pull up our actuals as of currently, but I'm having a hard time getting Excel back up. But I could, assuming I get there, can give you a current spending on legal services as of today.
It would be nice to know because, I mean, I think that number could go down a little bit. So I don't know if it's going to move the needle that much, but
I'll keep trying here, but once I have that, I'll let you.
Scroll up to the even. Unless there was any other questions on that budget. This is the catch-all for everything else.
Yeah, so this is the city hall budget, so it includes HR, city manager, finance, city reporter. Yeah, that's finances,
Yeah.
But yeah. And basically just this building aside from the legal. And then this one, just to note, it does include, this line item does include that additional 30,000 for the compensation study that's being asked for. But if that is taken out, then that line item is budgeted at 17,500.
And that's what Heidi's asking for, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, and that is included in the property tax impact statement in the property tax rate increase. So that line item is, yeah, just for, but.
Nothing in here is for city hall remodel, right?
No.
No.
We took, they didn't do that.
No. Right.
Will that be in capital projects?
We could probably argue that to be capital projects.
Computer support services, I mean, 43,000 budgeted in 26 and 9,500 budgeted in 27. I like the thought there, but where are we accounting for it elsewhere?
So some of this, so computer support services, we only have one computer support staff through Legion Technology, that's Dean.
Yep.
But there were other items that were coming out of here and they shouldn't have been. So they've got moved to computer software, which is a more appropriate profile for them, because we do want computer support services across the board to only reflect Legion Technology. So they did get moved out into computer software. So you will note that computer software budget did go up, which is this line.
Okay.
So I did note that some of the things that we do use, Google is a large one. And then we use Paylocity for our payroll, Cassell is our ERP. It's supposed to be ClearGov. I apologize, that's a typo. Revers for invoices, Revise, DocuSign, Adobe, you know, the list can go on, but that's just some example of some high, you know, cost softwares that we do have.
Is it the vehicle stipend that says 2 employees receive $433 a month?
Yeah, so that one did go up, so you can notice it looks like it doubled. It wasn't budgeted for properly in fiscal year 26. And then I found that it wasn't pulling out Paylocity correctly either, which is why it looks like they haven't spent any of it. I have since fixed that with HR, so that's been addressed and corrected, so it does come out of this line rather than salaries and wages where it was coming from before. But there are 2 employees that receive a vehicle stipend as the negotiation for their contract, and they get that at $433.13 a month. And so to cover that, the budget needs to be $10,400 for that vehicle stipend.
Yes.
So I noticed that there's employee appreciation for all the departments. But then in the community relations, we have like the Christmas party and things like that. So kind of tell me how that is
So that's at the
separated.
discretion of the department head, but it's just budget for them to be able to like show, rather than just the once a year city appreciation, it allows it to be more specific to departments. So some departments may opt to do like their own personal event, such as like a bowling party. Others may want lunches throughout the summer, so that's what the department head uses that budget on to help keep their staff, you know, motivated, morale, that kind of thing, outside of the
Anniversaries of that employee or days.
It gives them that budget. They also, you know, they could buy bereavement flowers or whatever. That it just kind of gives the department head some wiggle room to show appreciation to the budget. That is one thing that we did standardize though, at just the 150 an employee. obviously it's not like necessarily how that works out, because
Right.
it's spent to buy lunches and everything like that, the whole staff eats.
You've been able to pull up the legal services?
No, I was actually gonna just say, I'm gonna step out and see if my computer, because it keeps saying that it can't connect to my desktop over there, so I'm just gonna go make sure that that's still on, because it was you saw I had it up earlier, so I'm just gonna step out and do that real fast, but Michael can help me answer your question.
Well, you guys, while she does that, are you guys okay if I give you a little bit of information?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. So as these guys are talking about their staffing, I think it's important to mention that our city runs very lean. And I see that straight across the board. Tyson's talking about his legal going up 69%. They're talking about triple cases over in the courts. And we're running in risk of our employees increased turnover, decreased morale, increased liability when we run this lean with our staff. So I think it's really important that you guys hear those things. Same with our volunteer firefighters. They're struggling getting people to volunteer. People are working, full-time jobs, 2 jobs. And so often during the day when our chief is hearing people call in for fires, he's thinking, come on, who's gonna pick that up? Because we don't have enough firefighters or volunteer. They do a lot of things like 4th of July. Those often are 16-hour days for them, and it's all volunteer. So we need to be thinking about, as our city grows, what are we gonna be doing? Our FTEs have to grow. Right now, we're at 83.5, which we talked about our 99 employees, right? 73 full-time, 26 part-time. And as you guys look at, are you gonna do an increase? Are you not gonna do an increase? I wanted to give you some information about some other cities that we've pulled. So there's been 67 total response on what other cities are doing for their employees. And the average on the COLA is 2.41%. And the merit is 2.81%. Some cities are going as high as 6.70 because they've done compensation studies and have determined, hey, our employees are really low. There's also cities going as high as 7% in their merit. So I'll give you guys all this information so you have this, but I think it's important that we invest in our staff, right? If we lose some of our long-term employees, it costs $100,000 to get another employee in here and trained up to what a 30-year-old or an employee that's been with the city for 30 years. Their knowledge is just gone. So when we talked about what we do for our employees, I think it's important that we think of those things. I know you guys have a really hard job and a lot of decisions to make, but our staff deserve kind of a little plug. So they work really hard for what they do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The capital finance fund.
We have our debt services expenditures there that we have to pay for everything. We have the continuation of park improvement that will carry over to the next year for scenic slopes. These are the 2 main ones that are in consolidated most of the projects. So then that's where it's accounting for the that we have a talk to develop on that. Their proposed date, they're gonna give us the check at the end of this month, so in 2 weeks.
Checks in the mail though, huh?
Not received yet.
Yeah.
But yes. So that covers pretty much the entire budget that we have for the general fund. Is there any other spots you want to go back and revisit?
I have a lot of questions, but they're at a higher level, so I don't have any more line item questions.
And I'm sorry, but so the total spent on legal services so far this year is 129,935. And that's as of today, so, second week of May, so we still have.
Can we move that number to 150 grand? Just,
Sure.
I mean, it's $35,000. I think that's more realistic. I made some notes in regards to the cemetery, so there's the widening of the roads. That 100 grand that we didn't spend and we allocated last year, we didn't spend. Is there, I mean, could the approach be, well, maybe we might not be able to do all that 100 grand this year. Can we budget 50 grand of that and designate that amount? You can kind of see where we're at. I mean,
Just
is that?
pull that and not have to re-widen the roads and keep it as it is right now.
Well,
Council wants.
I ran into a roadblock yesterday and I couldn't get past, and so I just reversed down the street and took a different route.
And one thing to consider with that one specifically, since it is such a large amount that's unspent in this year. We could say that that one is coming from, rather, we could take it out from a property tax increase perspective and account for it from fund balance, because ultimately it would, because it's unspent expenditure. At the end of, when we close out fiscal year 26, it would go into fund balance, which we could then say we're pulling it back out of
Allocate it
to roll
back.
forward into
Yeah.
27.
Well, let's do that.
Okay. we
Is
can
that
do
okay? Okay with that?
Okay, and then, so I'll do that, and I did reduce the legal, so I changed legal, just so everyone sees, sorry, I did it while we were talking, so. We reduced it to 150 for that. And then this one. For cemetery,
Cemetery.
maybe, here we go, okay, so I'll put it over, it was like 90. Something,
Yep, $90,000.
but really it'll come across. It shouldn't be considered in a property tax increase, so I'll put it on here as nothing, but we'll note that. Really, it will be budgeted.
We're
in.
earmarking.
Yeah, but it'll be a rollover, so there will be some of that use from the fund balance over for that one.
Oh, so you'll see it in the budget, but it won't be a part of the assessment right now.
Yeah, it will be considered in what's needed to get from property taxes. Does that sound good? We all on the same page with that one?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
what other areas can we do that in? Do anyone else see any other spots?
no, that was a good idea.
Yeah, and it's,
Grand.
and with that one, it's like a substantial amount.
What's that?
In general, I'm gonna try to save as much money as I can and try to roll.
The scenic slopes.
In
is
what?
In general?
So that's its own thing.
Like, not buy anything else. What's there is there. So I'm gonna try to just,
Yeah, but it would just.
Any
be
need
capital
or like
budget balance and then still-
emergency need I gotta do, but
Otherwise, we're all kind of.
yeah, it's like, I'm trying to freeze everything just to try to help with this.
I
But
understand.
I'm not gonna, well, yeah, in general, I think we're all gonna do
Yeah,
like kind of that same thing.
But by doing this, it doesn't mean that we can't widen those roads, right? We can't.
it will still
Just-
It'll still happen.
It'll
We
still happen, we'll just
budgeted
roll
for-
it over.
Yeah, we're just using the budget that was budgeted for this year that wasn't used next year.
How much of the budget last year falls into that excess? I mean, if you were to throw a dart at the board, obviously we had some that with some overruns, but did we come in under? Are you pretty confident, Michael and Alexis? I mean,
Husband.
or Aspen, sorry,
You're
that
good.
we could hit that number?
No,
No? Are we
mostly,
gonna have an overrun?
mostly because when I look here for the budgeted amount and what's actually been spent as of February is, so sorry, that's not 16, that's 6. Yes, so we will have a substantial amount that still rolls in to fund balance, like I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting. However,
But there's.
we don't, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's been less revenue in the gross side. So that might offset that a little bit that we gotta take and be aware of.
Because we were planning on a 5% increase in growth and we only had 2.9. Is that
So
why?
yeah, I'll grab some, I'll snip some so we can try to get some numbers here, because okay, so for our revenues for fiscal year 26, they're estimated at 13.6. As of February, we had collected 8.02. And then like the opposite side of that, the expenditures were were budgeted at 16,360,000. I'll actually type them in there so you guys can see rather than just having my screenshot. Okay, so this is obviously the revenue, and then this is just the expenditure from below that's been pulled up. And this is as of February. Sorry. This one, you mean? Yeah, it says the 6th. So, and as I mentioned before, we're not gonna have 100% spending, and we're not gonna have 100% revenue collection either. So will there be some that goes back into general fund? Yes, and like I had mentioned before, that 2.4 million is likely to go up because we're not gonna have 100% expense. What's hard though is we need our budget to balance, and so if we're approving projects and different line items to be included in this year's budget, we have to have the revenue to account for that as well. And so, yes, there will be some that we can roll over. With the cemetery, it's a little more straightforward because it is such a large amount, it does make a difference. The other ones, it would be minimally less, you know, potentially for that. So like, I mean, using for some of the budgets, their actuals are over spending, you know, but overall in their budget, they're looking okay. So, yeah, and you guys can see that each month in the monthly financials. It does give you an overview at the very bottom of like where they're at with their actual expenditures within their budget as of that, yeah.
I know we're talking about decreasing stuff here, where we can cut numbers, but I'm also concerned about the morale and just every department that's got up is like, hey, we're scrimping, we're getting by, like, we're gonna lose valuable employees if we, and I mean, every department is doing a great job of trying to like cut down, but I think if we're like, we need to see what they actually need versus like wants, and I'm not, nothing on here that I see has been like frivolous. I mean, no surprise, my concern is public safety. That's a need to me, that's not a want. Like if we've got people running thin, you know, fire and the fire, even like the jaws of life, we should try and get one of those. You know, I mean, I think that at least one officer, again, no surprise, I see what it is. I see how lean they're running all the time. And I'm sure every department is, it's not just the police department. But, you know, if the police are, you know, like fire, trying to get somebody to a fire, how would you like to call and be like, sorry, nobody can come to my house for an hour on a domestic violence? Like, that's not an option. Or I've got only one officer coming and nobody to back them up. Like, that's just not okay in my mind. So like, you know, they also like, if somebody's out, somebody's got to cover for them. It's not like you say, oh, hey, I'm sick today, I'll just be in tomorrow and I'll finish my work. Yeah. They're constantly, you know, and they also have, I mean, every department does. I'm not saying this is just to public safety, but I do think that public safety is a concern. You know, I mean, it's, yeah, we didn't have the growth, but we've also lost officers. We've got volunteer firefighters that we're hoping to get. So how do we keep them? How do we, you know, just in general too, like the compensation study, I'm a little bit worried about. I think it's good that we have it, but I'm afraid that it's going to come back and show that we're paying quite a bit less. And how do we
That's the catch-22 about spending that 30 grand.
Right. That, in my mind, I see it one of two ways. We get it back and it says you're paying too little. And then we say, okay, now we have to try and keep these employees. I think most people know what they're getting paid relatively to other people when they come here. But I also think that, you know, they're going to say, hey, well, we deserve more. And they do. I mean, you know, but then where are we fitting that in the budget? Or it says you're overpaid, which is not going to happen. But if it did, they would be like, we can't reduce it, you know. So I'm a little bit worried about the compensation study just because from what I've seen, I think Grantsville is lower than what I've seen from other places. And we need those good employees. That's the problem, especially as we bring in more commercial.
we've got to have employees to fill those positions within the city. But the other question I have is the $18 million we're getting from the water credits. Can that be used as revenue somewhere like in our budget? We can say this revenue. I mean, right now we're putting in capital projects funds, but can we use it as just revenue?
Yeah, so we could move however much of it into the general fund as you see appropriate. My caution there would be, I think it is unwise to use one-time money to fund ongoing expenses.
Yep.
And my fear would be, we would continue operating at a budget that we can't afford and further the gap in the future. And then depending on what happens at legislature or other events, you know, like a pandemic or things that happen may limit our want or desire to increase a rate at that point. Like there's always a reason not to. And so my fear of using one-time money to cover ongoing expenses is kicking the can down the road and furthering the gap in the future that we're not able to.
It seems like what we've kind of been doing, and it's like, you know, but I also have an issue with being like, we're gonna increase 84% and then we've got 18 million, you know, so it kind of looks like, hey, we've got this 18, I agree, like we can't say, oh, hey, don't worry, we have this 18 million, everybody gets what they want, I get that.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, hey, we're gonna increase 84% for the property tax for the homeowners, while we have this 18 million, I mean.
We gotta strike a balance.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, maybe we have some kind of compromise where we can say, okay, these things are, we have to have these things, and so we don't do the 84%, maybe we go to, I don't know what the magic number would be, but we reduce it to 50-60%. And use a little bit of that money to kind of cover us. I don't know, that's just what I'm thinking. I just think it's gonna be hard for the citizens to say they're good. I think they're gonna feel like they're providing all of this.
Based on the reduction of the million that we've already done so far, I think I've been trying to get the
Yeah,
calculation.
so, I would need to verify, but just rough numbers right now to get up here, you see that 1.2 if needed to make up. So that would reduce an increase to 60%, which reduces the monthly burden to the average resident to $19.94
A month.
from the 27. So
So we were at 1.7, we're now at 1.2, we were at 84, now we're at 60.
We're doing good.
So we're headed in the right direction.
But I do think,
you know,
and maybe with this is like I don't know, talk to department heads, but I'm like, I do think, again, I'm worried about morale of the city of, you know, keeping retention in all of our departments. And so, I mean, the 3%, and I think this was Heidi that said this, that, you know, we're just doing the cost of living. We're not getting any merit increases on any of this. So, and you know, a lot of the citizens have been complaining, our wages aren't going up. I mean, I don't know, anyways.
And that's kind of what we were thinking of doing that compensation study, is because it's tough to gauge where that should go without that study. And that third party would help give us that guidance, because we've never done one. Again, it's normal practice for most cities to do one every 5 to 10 years. And so getting that baseline would be super helpful then to go the next year. There are some that are really, really low, then we spend a lot of that revenue of increase for them, and those that are high, we freeze their salary for that time period.
So the $100,000 that we just took out, but we added $45,000 for Jobs of Life, right?
mhm.
But we took $30,000 or $35,000 out of legal.
Mhm.
So is that all reflected in that number? Are your calculations changing in real time as we're moving this, or
Yeah, they should. So
should?
yeah, we'll check. So that's the total of these ones. That's the total of this one. This one. Just making sure it's pulling from the right cells. And, here. Yeah. And then. So that's correct. Oh. And then, so this formula is subtracting our general revenue, which went down our 15,000 to which is right here. From our general expenses, just to see the gap that we have to bridge. So,
Deficit.
yeah.
And right now you said that's like at 60-something percent, what you got down to?
It'd be like, yeah, like 59 and a bit percent, but yeah, I could get you a solid number once I can actually get. Cause more so than like the percent, it would be the exact proposed rate is the most important part, cause that's the part that actually gets applied to all the residents, but.
So there was one area that we talked about a little bit ago about streets and Ben's wages and it was just, I mean, budget wise, can we think a little bit outside the box? I thought there was $100,000 there that we could maybe tackle and reallocate monies that would be paid for out of capital projects. We kind of talked about that. I thought our approach was conservative and I appreciate that. But I just think, you know, if we can tackle 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 of these and get that number less than $1 million, I think we've done a good job if we can do it. So just asking the question.
You'd have to do that instead of just on Ben's salary, you do it on
Well, I'm just
all
saying,
of the employees for streets.
yeah,
Cause that would be the one, cause the Class C road fund it's the enterprise fund. There's not really another enterprise fund that kind of operates that similarly. But you'd have to do it on every one of the employees to reduce that salary down. So you could kind of do that the same way you're doing with Ben's, but for everyone in streets, they'd have to track their hours really, really closely so we don't come up with the audit problem at the end of the year.
I'm just asking if it can be done.
Yeah,
Heidi, did you not just tell us that other cities were not doing a 3% COLA? Did you not just say that a lot of them were at 2.6?
The average,
The
the
average
average
is
for
what?
COLA is 2.41.
But then you said they were also doing merit ones with those.
And they are, and the average merit is 2.81.
so.
So how do we
it's
look at,
1.5%.
okay, I see what you're saying.
So the combined total increase average is 5 to 6%.
So we were underneath that.
Good.
Well, I guess I just have a question on the police budget, because we're deciding if that's step or is it COLA? Right?
So,
We-
I'm a
yeah,
little bit
they
confused there.
would be step, the question would be the guys that are topped out that wouldn't be getting a step increase because they're already at the highest step. So if we're doing a COLA, they would get that 3%. If we call it a merit.
Well, we're calling it a COLA for everybody else, but we're saying we're doing this. I
Well,
guess,
and
Chief,
that
what do you?
Might be a me problem.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I
I'm just I just guess I'm confused.
The step is a step.
Right.
That's what's in there. If
Yeah.
you do a COLA, you do the COLA and the step, and the whole
Right,
wage scale goes up.
right.
That's how it should.
But I thought the
should
step
be.
was already approved, like it was something previous, so why are we not doing the step and the COLA for?
That's, and then
If we're doing COLA
I
for
kinda
every
did-
other, but we're saying you guys are just getting the
I
step.
kind of did a proposal where I thought we should be after looking at many departments in that PowerPoint as well. But I added some shift differentials as well because that's common, but that's kind of where I think we should be on that. But
And
yeah,
then-
you're exactly right. Step and COLA, different. So.
What in the budget is right now is we're saying you're just getting step, but you're not getting COLA.
Yeah.
But every other person in the city is getting COLA.
Only COLA, no
Only
step,
COLA, no
which
step.
is one reason why we
police
like to do
department don't
compensation.
The police
Yeah.
department already had step, they were already approved.
Yeah, so they have done a compensation study and have like actual step program in place. Everyone else in the city is not at all on the, on
Yeah,
that. So
they
like we
just get a
have like a
merit.
general
Yeah.
range
Yeah.
that we pay people, but like they don't get merit increases for performance or time here or meeting additional, you know, certifications and
Yeah,
things.
I guess,
We don't have that in place at all.
but what we're saying to the police department is because you already had the step thing approved, you're not getting a cost of living increase.
We could put it in there, it would cost more, which I think is
So,
something to consider, but then also I would still continue to argue, we need a compensation study citywide. So that way we're not saying, well, please get merit increases for being here, but you guys don't.
Right.
You know, which is, and we kind of touched on that at our training, at our, not retreat, sorry, at our workshop, thank you. But, you know, our turnover is pretty high. We have had two
In
employees
all
that have been here,
departments, right?
yeah, like in the city,
Yeah.
you know?
General, yeah.
And I think, you know, and you guys are like, well, what do we do for people that have been here? And it's like, nothing. You know, we're barely maybe doing the cost of living, you know, but it's also hard for us to come up here and argue wage increases without having the backup. So
Sure.
that's why we're arguing for a compensation study. So we have something to present to you other than, well, I really want Heidi to make this much money, you
Yeah.
know, because that's not valuable. That's, you know, you guys are gonna be like, no.
When did we do merit increases last year
That's what they called
Yes.
them.
and COLA, or did we just do one?
So
Just
it was-
one.
It was just a, yeah, it was
Just
just,
one.
but it was across the board. They called it a merit, but in terms of what you would consider a merit increase, I would not, it wasn't at all tied to like an evaluation by any means. It was just kind of across the board. I think it was called merit to get around what Chief Sager has addressed at this point. So from my perspective, it's not a true merit increase. It was a COLA. It was just called something different.
The step though, we are merit based, right? They get to move up to those steps if based on merit.
The policy, yes. And we addressed, I made the policy stronger this year on Michael's request. He wanted to tie the evaluation, so all our employees get evaluations annually and they're forwarded to HR. And if they're below standard, I mean, that needs to be considered in the steps. And it's written in policy now. It was there before, but it's clear now that if you do not meet these standards, you may not get your increase. So that was.
Before they're just getting their increase.
It was in there, but it wasn't as strong, so we did that to make sure, and that's fair, we need to do that, because if we have an underperformer, they're either gonna shape up or they're not gonna work here.
Accountability, that's good.
For the Class C, sorry,
Class C and streets,
Class C,
capital
yeah.
outlays
Yeah, we can talk
to go
about-
to salaries.
yeah, I do.
So it can't go to salary directly.
Right. And so I do want to get back to you. I want to talk to our CPA consultant on his advice for budgeting for that, because I understand what you're saying, but we can't have it like directly covered. So it does get tricky with budgeting, because I also don't want to under budget for an employee that we have on staff that's not transparent either, right? And so I hear what you're saying. I just can't think of a great way. So I want to do some research and get back to circle back on that. But I
Can
don't
we
have a
also
great
see what
answer
we
for you
have
right
paid in the
now.
past out of the Class C road funds to reimburse?
I don't think we've ever done that.
Oh, we haven't?
Paid contractors.
Oh,
So, yeah, we've used Class C road money previously.
So we're already
Do
starting a
projects
new
from contractors.
adventure on
so
this.
so it's hard to know
Yeah.
how this
Yeah, there's
looks. Do
nothing
we
to
even know the
compare to,
process of how
yeah.
we do that?
But
Like,
there is
So
something,
we're
Right,
rewriting
and
the
we'll
will.
look into
So,
that right now.
yeah,
anything more than this is better than that,
Yes.
yes,
right?
absolutely. So I definitely think it's worth pursuing and looking into. So I will. I just want to get some more information before
I
we
think
provide too much
from a-
direction.
from a citizen and a council member's perspective, if we're gonna outlay, I mean, $3 million essentially for all that equipment. And we're gonna start doing this ourselves, there's gotta be some sort of budget benefit for us to do that. And it's obvious, we're not paying a contractor to do it. We're doing it off of our wages and ourselves. So there should be some sort of offset.
Yeah, we have the tracking software now with the iWorks to track that, is what I'm saying for your project, so. It is doable, but how do we reflect in the budget, whether you take half the salaries and eliminate them out of the budget or not, we'll ask the accountant, the third party accountant we have to see how they want us to track that, so we can get the exact number. Right?
Mhm. Yeah, just because like we don't, yeah, I mean, and the benefit, you know, without considering, okay, yeah, we're paying more in salaries now, but are we getting more projects completed? You know, like, are we able to do more roads projects with our funding than we would be able to do if we were paying a contractor for that? Because we have the staffing and equipment for it, you know, which I recognize is not reflected in a budgetary number, but it is a benefit that I think is notable, like is worth mentioning.
Was there another spot besides that one?
Well,
And we can revisit also the allotments to go to the,
so we added the 45 grand for the Jaws of Life. That's reflected in what we have right now.
yeah,
Just go to the fire department budget. So, and where did we add that at? It's,
So we added it into this equipment line.
Okay. So if we,
Right.
so take that 45 grand out and just put it off into column J. So just take that off, put it in column J. And then go up to the top and see how that moved the number, the 1.2 million. So it did decrease it.
Yeah.
Which it should.
Mhm.
So if we put that back in and we had monies come, and I'm just throwing this out there, I think, and some of us, had an opportunity to go to the fire department, look at some of their equipment and, yeah, I think we should allocate some of the monies that we're getting from this water credit check to the fire department. So, and I think we should allocate some specific monies for a new ladder truck. At least in the budget this year, just so we're moving towards that end. So that's just a thought I have. Also getting the Jaws of Life that they're asking for and potentially subsidizing, some of those, what do you call them, turnouts?
And just,
Because I think, we have a newfound relationship with the fire department. And I think that's healthy. And I think they've been, maybe brushed aside for a few years. And I think, our focus needs to be, not necessarily all on them, but I think we need to allocate some budget dollars to the fire department. And if it just means one-time amount for this year, I'm just gonna throw out a number. I just have written here $500,000 into their fund out of that amount. So where up above in the revenue line would we take the monies from that and stick up there?
I think you take that out of the water, capital projects
Credit.
and so that would go to the tax increase, because you just reduce it from the 18 million.
Okay.
What are you proposing 500 for the fire department for though?
Well, Jaws of Life, the two Jaws of Life are 90 grand.
Right.
The turnouts were, how much was that, 20 grand?
That's
But I think those were already in there. Those.
That's how we have, but
They were, but to help actually
how many do we
find.
need to replace the sets here?
We're looking at 10 next year.
And then there's 5 each,
5,000.
so you need 50,000.
How much would it cost us? Okay, to get a ladder truck and it's gonna,
1 million.
yes, but how much time?
4 years
4 years before we could get it,
before we see it.
before we'd see it.
Order
And
it
how much would
tomorrow.
we have to pay initially to get them to start going?
2.1 million.
Oh, you gotta pay it all up front. Lovely.
You
in
order
4
it
years, it's
tomorrow.
probably gonna cost a lot more than
You order it tomorrow, it's about 4 years down
That's crazy.
before we see it.
Is there something somewhere that would service us not from Wendover's airport?
We have found ladder trucks for sale for 500,000 to 1.5 million. Well, the city has one for sale right now, but it does not meet our ISO rating. It's not tall enough for the buildings on Sheba. So that one's out.
Here's the issue I see. If we don't have the ability to be able to service the buildings that we have within inside of our city limits, is that a legal issue that may come up down the road? Is that a potential liability that Grantsville City may have? Potentially. When we have the ability to call on those other services And they'll come to our aid
If they're not busy.
if they're not busy.
It presents a risk, but with our inter agreement, it kind of covers that a little bit, but it definitely would solve the problem if we had our own that worked.
It's just a thought, so.
And we could allocate out of the water credit money for that one-time capital purchase of the new ladder truck, then put it in there, but just, again, like we did with the road funding, shop around and make sure we find the best deal available with the lifespan on something like that.
Well, we have these one-time purchases, something for the 100 years, you've got that line item, and it's 15 grand.
Which is a lot,
What?
which is a lot.
It is, but we can offset that by some of those monies that we could put from the water credit into,
Correct.
and to help pay for some of these line items in the fire department.
That are kind of one-time things.
Yep.
That would make sense. And so basically what would happen is I would bring it in our revenue line as one of these, we have a transfer section. Yeah, contributions and transfers. So I would just show a transfer from the water fund for however much you guys decide on, and then it would come in here and be reflected in the overall general revenue, and then the expenses would come out in the departments that were making up the usage of that funds.
So not gonna get a lot of good looks, what I'm about to say. So this is my idea coming into it. So we got, since the last time we see the budget last week to now with your guys' changes, it's about a 10.72% reduction from 2026. Would you say that's probably right? If I have to use my hands and toes over that, I struggle, so that was my calculations. I was thinking that my notes from looking at it was get closer to 15% overall reduction. And I did have it listed out by department, but now that we're talking, I think it's just overall, we're closer to that 15%. I think that for the fiscal year 2027, that there shouldn't be any pay raises for salaried employees. A citywide hiring freeze for non-essential positions. And I do have here, Bill brought it up, but I do have in here city council compensation reduced, or $0 for fiscal year 2027 until we're out of our deficit. And then the Sean Johnson money, the water credits, I think we should put 3 million into our general fund and use that as our discretion for what we need. And then invest the remaining 15 million, and that should bring in about 600,000 annually with the 4% return. Those are my notes for what I was thinking. I have numbers for what that would bring in, but that would bring that deficit the one, where is it, 1.18? That would bring it, I think with at 15%, we would need to be about at 13.9 for the budget for the expenditures. Just over 13.9.
So knock off another $500,000 is what you're saying.
It's, yeah.
Where would you propose that would come? Would
That,
eliminate services? Cause that would be the next step.
well, a lot of it would be the cost of living for the directors, or any salaried employees wouldn't receive a pay increase this year.
So yeah, rough numbers on that, the salary increase is costing us about 250,000.
For everybody.
3%, the COLA is 250.
Roughly. That's not an exact, but it's between 225 and 250.
But you're saying just for directors, salary.
Yeah,
employees.
salaried, they could get their increase, but salaried, no increases.
So that'd be less than 250.
Yeah, I just wanted to put that up so you had an idea of what that 3% was costing us.
And then that still doesn't make up your other percentage though, on that other $500,000.
Oh, I know we're not gonna cover the whole deficit.
That's what I'm saying, where would you want to pull that other portion from that? If you were to, looking at the budget, going line by line, where would you recommend we look at cutting those other portions? Or do you feel like the cut we've made right now is sufficient, but just reduce the COLA for the salaried employees?
Like I said, I said 15%, that was my number, looking through it all. And at first I had it by department. I had originally put 10% decrease from each department except for fire and police. That would be a 5% decrease from 2026.
So you mean just across the board, take them down?
The whole, yeah, our whole expenditures, try to reduce it by 15%. We're already at almost 11%. We just got to
Just a little bit more is what you're
need
saying.
4 more percent, yeah,
Which they all did they did the heavy lifting earlier today.
yeah.
Yeah, I do feel like we, and obviously we can change for your recommendations, but I do feel like I'm really proud of our staff so far to get us to this point. And
Absolutely.
being willing to make the sacrifice and cuts, like within, kind of self-governing themselves as far as what needed to be done. So I'm really proud of the staff that.
With Derek's point though, there's value in that money. Is there any revenue that you have projected coming in with that money just sitting, and we talked about this, just in some sort of interest bearing account?
As of right now, no.
You don't have that reflected in revenue at all,
Mm-mm.
but there is
Because
value there.
There could be, because right now I have it all into the capital projects fund. So if like the PTIF for that would get some, but again, it's all restricted within the capital projects fund. If you guys want me to put it in the general fund instead and then invest it, we can explore avenues such as that, but it was my understanding that it was going to capital projects. So that's where it is. But if we need to move it, we can definitely move it and explore options for investment. I know Michael and I had met with someone a couple weeks ago. And yeah, they had projected if we invested the full 18 million, getting like 700,000.
Which is like a high interest,
So-
high interest savings, 4% or 3% or something.
3.4.
3.4.
That's one way we get revenue.
Yeah.
So you
which
Yeah,
would-
that's what I'm saying. I was saying we
Subsidize,
put
Could be arranged.
3 million into the general fund to use at our discretion. Then the 15 then remaining, that goes into an investment account. We're making 600,000 a year off of the interest.
Yeah.
But then it's tied up in that until
Until the next budget.
the next budget.
Yeah.
The 15 million, you can take the interest out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take
Yeah.
the interest out, but then it's just obviously how long you want to commit that to be in there.
Yeah, and then just with that, we would have to
Well,
then
Yeah,
readjust.
but do we want to spend all
We don't
18 million in one
We
year?
don't want to spend it all at once,
I agree
no
with
doubt,
that.
right? I
Yeah.
mean,
And so it just depends on how much you want to put in there and then how long-term, because we'll put it in stages of how often you can draw on that, which will come as how they propose to do that. So you put some like at 6 months, others at a year, others possibly like a 2-year draw. And so that's the question, is how committed do you want us to have that investment, or liquidated do you want us to have that?
well, we need to have options.
Oh, absolutely. We can get that for you on.
I think we'd want to have some of the monies liquid. I wouldn't say immediately, but within some
Every
sort of
year.
some sort of notification. No, I think we'd want to be able to have some sort of liquid asset that we can tap into it at some point in time.
I do
But the
agree.
lion's share of that can sit in some sort of account that works for us, that works for Grantsville City. So that's the quandary. I mean, how much of that? I mean, I like where you're going with that. I've thought about it as well. I mean, do we take some of those monies and do we buy down the debt that we have for the sewer treatment plant? Do we take a third of that and decrease that amount? And we've approved the increase, but we always said that if we could do that, does that lessen that amount that citizens have to pay in a given month? And does that lessen the blow for any sort of tax increase that we have here? I mean, it's all part of the equation, right?
Yes.
So we can do that. I mean, the world is our oyster. We got options, which is a great thing to be able to have. But it goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier, and just, I mean, not that we need to focus on just what I said, but for the equipment, the one-time equipment purchase for the fire department, I mean, that's $90,000. We could just buy one this year and just say $45,000, but if we put it in here and we don't offset it up above, then it comes right out of that tax increase, right? And so if we can save that 45 grand and not make it a part of that and designate and earmark those monies for that particular $45,000. And if we do that somewhere in the budget 10 times, there's $450,000. That's kind of what we're here to do.
Yeah.
To a certain extent, but, what do we do with those funds? And how do we proceed?
My notes are similar to what I thought we need to discuss, somewhat along the lines I think that Derek was thinking about. I've come from the private sector and I've been through brutal budget meetings. And so I've watched a company come and cut everyone's pay 10% across the board. The next year they came and they thought that wasn't good for morale. And so they just said, okay, we've got to lay off X number of people to meet budget. The next year they froze our 401k match. I mean, these are tough budget years, but that was what they did to make budget. So it's fascinating to me I somewhat want to play with. We started the night, and maybe Aspen, your first spreadsheet calculation where we're now at 60%. And maybe we need to come sit with you individually to do this. I get this, but it's fascinating to me that the legislature had a bill that was at 5% and we're still at 60.
And we're not the only ones.
Right.
Well, the
Yeah.
city was 200, right?
Well, yeah, there's like 5 or 6 cities and none of them have anything that's under 10.
Under 10.
So-
The cities that were proposed at 200 or above this year throughout Utah.
We're not there.
No, thank you.
Yeah, so we're
Guess we
just,
could be there if you guys got everything you wanted, right?
Right.
Yeah, we can ask, so there's no problem.
Be careful, right?
Yeah.
so it'd be
Yeah.
fun for me, not fun, to see like at a 10% increase, what that type of money is and where we're off, or just to play with that percentage and just see if that gets us any closer. Very hard, another note I have, very hard for me to spend money we don't have yet. But
Yes.
yes,
Yeah.
we don't have it
Will we
yet.
get that before we finalize this?
It's the end of this month.
Should.
Hopefully.
We should.
Yeah, so we're all supposed to get that at the end of this month, and we have to adopt the final budget by like the second meeting.
Yeah, so I don't think we can really have a discussion on that at all until it's a reality, in my opinion. I mean,
Yeah,
it does,
that's where I'm at mentally.
it
We
does,
don't have it.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I,
Jeff, just to your point, a 10% property tax increase would generate an additional 208,000 in revenue. And
And
it
it
is
affects a household.
$3.32.
I could probably sit and play with your spreadsheet,
it's a cheeseburger
Yeah.
month.
I'm happy to share my one projection one with you. It's
That's McDonald's.
it's a
Yeah.
mess,
That is value,
but,
value menu.
But I mean, that kind of exercise, I don't know what you want to call it, would be helpful to me. We don't do $30,000 studies, and I'm just not too much in favor of doing that when you kind of did that yourself tonight a little bit, but that can be done. A little bit of just an analysis of, I know it's time on your part, but I think I'm not the biggest fan, or I don't necessarily think I see the value in the fee study. So I'm just talking my notes, but we're working.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
I agree with Councilman Williams on the study. I think sometimes the market is a key indicator of, somebody takes on a position. Obviously, they take on a position because that offer is in the arena of where they want to be. I do.
Two more thoughts.
Go ahead. Yep.
And I'll shut up for the night. Two more notes I had is we have 2.5 in the general fund, so we're trying to get out of that fund, but we could use 500,000 to this budget year and set it aside of what we have currently. Another helpful exercise I think would be is, I'm not saying freeze everybody. My thought was play around with a 1.5 COLA or whatever, just to see if that gets us any closer to where we need to be. Sorry, that's my notes. I'm done.
I think I want to start by thanking the staff for putting the time and effort into going through this. I know talking numbers all day, your eyes start to go crossed. And I appreciate our department heads and all those who've put in the time and effort to try to figure out how to, we talk about things like this. It's a hard subject because there's wants and then there's also just what we've got and what we need to have as a city to be able to function and function properly for a city that's grown since 1997, to see that we've had a negative 22% increase over that time frame is a little, I guess you could say that's great that we've been able to do that. The hard part with that is we've grown and we haven't improved our roads and we haven't, and all of those things take dollars. And I get, just like everyone else, I understand what that means. Like when we're talking an increase, no one wants to talk about an increase, but the fact that we haven't had one hasn't helped us. And so, my thoughts on COLA is I feel that, we should have a, inflation increase year to year would have probably captured some of the issues that we're dealing with. We haven't adjusted for any of that. So I am a firm believer, though, we need to live within what our budgets are. And I appreciate those that strive to do that. And you have certain situations where, I think we've run pretty lean from what I see. And I appreciate that because it's everyone's dollars that we spend when we spend them. So anyway, that's my thoughts.
Anyone else have any notes or comments that they want to address tonight? Or what direction do we want to give the staff at this point?
And I already said my piece, but I think we should keep the cost of living increase. I think that, we've already said everybody's running lean. I just don't think we need good employees. The cost of losing employees, training them, attrition, that adds up. So if we're I agree with the compensation study though. I don't think we really need a study to say, I think every department head could probably go out and see what a similar city is doing. I think it's gonna hurt more to say, hey, this is what you should be making, and how are we gonna make up for that if they're not making what they feel like they should be making? I feel like we're talking about a 3% cost of increase, which is $250,000. It didn't really help us much in our budget, but it's gonna hopefully keep our employees. Again, it's so small, the cost of living. That's just my thought. I also think I'm with Rhett that we need to help public safety. The budget for a ladder truck, I think we should get another officer. That's just my opinion. My thoughts. And maybe how do we get more volunteers for the fire department? Is that something we need to? Is that a better stipend? I don't know what that looks like.
They've never had a stipend.
Until this year, yeah.
Yes, I think we've done a positive thing there for the fire department.
I think it's a good small step. I think we could do more. I don't know what that looks like. It is hard for us because we do have this $18 million, but it is a one-time thing. So we can't say, so we have this money, but we have to be careful with it.
So that's the question I'd like to ask the staff. What one-time things are in there that can be encapsulated in a infusion of $5,750,000 from that into the revenue line of the budget, or even into the interest income right there. Guess that would be that line.
Things like the 100-year anniversary is a one-time.
Yeah, it's a one-time thing, and so that's what I'm saying, I mean, go back and look at those items and say, okay, well, these are the one-time things in my budget. That,
One-time expense.
I would say in the past, we've come with a list of things we asked for, another mower, another, piece of equipment.
Yeah.
This doesn't include it.
I know, they don't have the autonomous mowers,
Yeah.
Yeah.
This doesn't include any extra vehicles, any gas.
Understand.
So,
And I think those are the one-time things you would normally chop out
Mhm.
on something like this, that you would pay for that extra one-time cost. And we've already cut all of those out, because that would put the budget at over $4 million, what it is. And so any vehicle that needs to be replaced is gonna be pushed off till next year, the next budget type thing.
But if you guys wanted us to start considering those things for use of the water credit, like we have plenty of options from departments that we could prepare and send to you to see if that would be something that you would want to spend.
Like the legal line, you could chop that out and put it as a one-time cost of whatever it is during that time period that litigation's going on. So you wouldn't see it in the tax increase, but you'd still pay for it out of the water credit funds. That would be like what we would kind of do in that regard.
So maybe we can go through and see where we could move stuff
But
that
it's
would go
still
to
an
property
ongoing
tax.
cost though on
Right.
that one, is the problem. It's
Yeah.
like some that are not quite one-time funds, but are kind of ongoing costs, but are variable. But all the main one-time costs have been chopped out.
But at the same time, I mean, I see what you're saying, but we just approved a lot of new equipment for Grantsville City. Sometimes it's so hard, we focus on what we don't have. I mean, this morning I passed some pretty nice, maybe they're not nice, it's like Grantsville dump trucks on I-80. I was like, I'm glad we have those. And then we're trying to save money, so I mean,
And that's the difference between the enterprise funds and then the capital fund, is
right.
the difference there with those funds.
But we're getting new equipment, is what I'm saying. We've
Right.
approved a new sewer,
In,
getting better.
in a
I'd say
different,
one
yeah.
of those trucks you passed is a nice truck.
One of them.
Pretty old, has a new bed, but the truck is pretty old.
that was not bad then.
But I get what you're saying.
And I do think, lowering an increase or doing a hiring freeze or not doing a COLA or, kind of those things, I do think it is important to just looking into the future, how long you're wanting something like that to continue, just because we're gonna be facing a similar issue again next year and the year after. Like, it'll be a continuous thing that we need to address, and so we can definitely freeze it this year. I could get you a number for no COLA or a no COLA for salaries or whatever you guys are wanting for this year, to see where we're at. But I do just want, of course, to bring up that it will be something that we do need to consider for next year. And we can take out the compensation study too, at the 30,000, and then should they want wage differences for staff, I think it's come to the assumption that you guys would then trust the department head to present on that without a compensation study as backup, which is fine. I think that that's something.
The other thing I
That's
wrote
fair.
down too, I mean, we live in the benefit system's broken. But I think you've already addressed it, but for the sake of this being a public meeting, I think we live in a system where you have to shop every year to get the best deal on benefits. I think you've said you've done that, correct?
Going to.
We're going to. So we got a 3% increase, which I think is a really great increase for our benefits. But next year, we're gonna start a lot earlier and we're gonna look at other options.
Right, it's just the world.
Mhm,
It's the
it
market,
is.
it's Obamacare, it's marketplace, it's
Yeah.
going, I mean, they force us when you're out there getting your own policy to change every year. So that could save us a lot of money.
The problem that we have is if you look at other insurance companies like IHC or Blue Cross Blue Shield, the rates are a lot higher than what we already have right now. So we did look at those things. We're actually gonna look at some other options though.
They did quote us one, and it was 15% higher than if we were to do it with the PHP.
I just want to make sure that's happening, that
Yes.
analysis every year, because that's the environment we're in.
Yes.
What we were saying is, I think the confusion there was that we were gonna shop different brokers. Now we have an insurance broker, we're gonna try a different broker, track his different options, but with that current broker, we did shop the current ones with that one, and the one we have with that increase is pretty good, because a lot of the other cities are at a 9 to 10% when I was at the conference talking to them about that. But, yeah.
The other thing I wanna talk about too is we have directors that average 60 hours a week right now. So I want you guys to know that we run thin and it's not sustainable for somebody to work 60 hours a week. It's not sustainable.
And we pretty much said no to every department for a new employee, except the part-time parks that we have budgeted in. We've pretty much said no to every department. And then if we go on top of that, say not only you do not get somebody new, you don't get a cost of living increase. I don't think that's good.
Yeah, our directors work a lot of hours.
Directors are salary though, correct?
Yeah, so they're making about $13 an hour.
Well,
Well, not,
that's a pretty broad statement, so I wouldn't.
I mean, it's gonna suck for a few years, like Tooele County, when they were going through that, like they were lean and cutting things and they didn't think there was gonna be an end in sight. We didn't, and there was some rough goes. I mean, roads weren't getting paved, different things, but we've gotta live within our means. And I know we are lean, but it's gonna be tough and we've gotta figure out what we need to do. That's why I think the 15% is the goal that we should set, of reduction from 2026.
Okay, so let's say,
Like rodeo, like I'm just looking through here, like the rodeo. I get it, it's great, it's got a lot of support, but if you're if you're running a deficit, like some of those things, if I'm running a deficit at home, guess what? Like my kid's not getting that toy at the store when we go to Walmart. They're not getting, certain things. You gotta just tighten the reins back and put your needs over your wants. And there are some wants, I think, in every area that we could probably scale back just a tiny bit on.
So you
But-
would
but
say,
To meet
like
that
what?
15%.
But it paid for itself, plus $10,000.
Yeah.
On the budget, it's a net positive.
for 10,000 for the rodeo.
Yeah, that's what we have in here.
I know, but if
I'm just saying, if it
Yeah,
paid for itself,
but
it paid for itself. So if we take it completely out, then we lose $10,000. That's the math behind it.
I mean, didn't we have a donation for 20,000? I mean, really, our donations for about that amount, so
The donations were for over 43,000.
Yeah, we have nearly 50,000 in donations for this year for the rodeo. But right now,
So-
red is correct. We do
So
have
it's-
it in as a net positive right now. So if I
So
take
it's
it out of
paying
an
for itself.
expense, I'm taking it out as a revenue as well, which would reduce revenues by
$10,000.
$10,000.
it's not an expense.
Right. Right now, it's considered, and ultimately, it'll probably make more than that,
Yeah, we don't
Based
even
on
have the
sponsors,
ticket sales
but yeah.
accounted
So
for.
ultimately, it'll probably bring in more revenue than I have projected right now at the 35,000.
Now, there are unexpected costs to that Parks and Rec are
Mhm.
focused on something other than maybe other things that they should be focused on. So there is some unintended costs that may be wrapped up to that, but budget line, it's a net positive. So.
And then again, maybe like what they've done in the past, use your one-time funds, which again is not great to float the city while you do the slight increases every year that you need to do.
Could we go in and take the compensation study out? and
That's what
just
I was gonna say.
Put
Can you
it in
pull that
line
out and
J,
see?
just so we can see it. Just put that to 17. Yeah, right there, just. Yeah, right now. I mean, going back to what I asked a little bit earlier with the streets and the Class C and the salaries and offsetting it with capital outlays. I mean, is that going to, I mean, if we can do that, is that gonna help at all? Can it help 100 grand? I kind of thought it could, but
I think it can, and one thing that I also, as we've been talking, and I don't even know. I'm starting to wonder. I need to double check on the Class C for what's been approved for this year carrying over into next year. Because I wanna make sure that this is not attributing to like an increase, right?
Yeah.
To the capacity, just because it's not, it doesn't come from the general fund anyway. It was the Class C road funds P-TIF amount that you guys had approved for them to use for their road funds. So I don't think that I've done it, but as we've been talking and we're talking Class C, I'll definitely check on that to just, it's definitely worth triple checking on, you know. Our budget brain is real, but that is something that I will double check on to see, just to make sure that that is budgeted accordingly, but not considered to be like an additional 2 million that we're trying to fund with property taxes, right?
yeah.
To be, not to get everyone's hopes up, because I don't think that it is. Just think it's pretty sure. I don't think
Well,
so.
solve that problem.
We've been here for 4 hours now. So.
I just wanted to stress you all out for fun. No, but that is something that I'll just double check, and I will check in with the salaries, with the streets. And then, like, you know, if we, you know, Chief Saver, your tasers, you know, are they in this line?
Yeah, is that parks?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think.
That's 65.
So could we consider that to be a one-time?
Yeah, or you can do the payment thing.
But maybe that's where we could reduce some is by using
Do a payment.
the
and
water
purchase it
funds.
out.
Just purchase them outright. If it's a one-time thing, we just need new tasers, like the turnout. So we just say, okay, we get those with the one-time funds.
Or you can finance them. We could do one or the
Yeah.
other.
The financing is, you do all the maintenance as well, so you have a little bit of 5-year like free maintenance.
So financing might be better.
They have a 10-year where they replace the tasers in 5 years, so there's options, but yes, that is a one-time.
And your
1
turnouts,
in 10 year.
yeah, your turnouts will be every year, because we get new people. So we get new people, so turnouts will always be.
That's not.
So let's address that line item though for the police department, 65 grand. How can we trim that up?
That is everything for the police department the whole year.
Oh.
Ammo, everything.
Okay.
I don't know.
We don't know
But
whether.
the
it's just-
tasers
So
are
this
in
would
there?
be additional.
I was just gonna, no, they're not. I was gonna try to propose, get an estimate for the payment plan and then just try to. The equipment I tried to just get with grants.
Okay.
But I can't usually buy weapons with grants. They don't, there's usually stipulations.
Yeah,
So that's not in there.
no,
No.
okay.
What's the other, sorry, there was one other thing just popped out. We probably talked about this. Other professional services, what was that again?
Dispatch fees, 158. And then the like software, like the frontline.
Okay.
We
that's
just
right.
approved the dispatch fees.
Yeah,
just
we
last
moved
week.
that to that.
And we moved
Yeah.
that line item from up
That's why
above
that
to there.
was-
Okay.
Yes.
So the tasers aren't included. We did not put the tasers in.
You asked that
dispatch.
earlier
What was the
today.
cost of the tasers?
85,
And it's probably went up now.
I think we're-
100.
Yeah.
While we've been sitting here.
Well, that was back.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I think that approach to removing the one item and when that payment comes in, we address a few of those items individually in that one-time situation.
Christy, are we giving you a fence? Do you think that if that we could reduce by the Parks and Rec portion?
Fence I thought was under streets, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the third that came out of streets. Building
I mean, we're
agreement.
just Peter and
Oh,
Paul,
probably not.
really.
Well,
It was under the
Peter and
parks.
Paul without Paul's
No, it
payment.
wasn't there.
Practically.
We're spending money we don't.
Which is bad. Maybe it was underwater.
I wonder if we just did the three. What is the garbage?
Yeah, for the
Which,
fence.
yeah, which one am I? Okay, never mind on that.
So Derek, back to what you were suggesting, what percentage in your mind increase? So 40%, is it 30
And,
or
and the property
the
tax.
overall, you said 15 reduction to the to the physical, to the 27 fiscal budget,
Mhm.
15% less than 2,000. I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what you were
No, I
saying.
think so
No.
what you're saying is what is the increase then in property tax if you get that 15%? Is there anything? Is that what you're
Well,
saying too?
Yeah, well, that was one of the things. If we got to the 15%, then where would we be at percentage wise for?
Okay.
Like, if you wanted to cover everything, where would it come down to? If we were at 15%.
Okay. Yeah,
So you're saying-
that's what I was.
Gotcha, so if we reduced this down so that we got your 15%.
Yeah,
I guess, do we have a number associated with the 15%?
I think it was $13,910,845.
500 less, 500.
But that, oh, that's just the difference. Alright. Sorry. I'm really tired of the spreadsheet. Oh, wrong way.
So $700,000 increase.
And that would be,
And then you said you wanted to invest,
15.
15 million.
8,000 for the, like, 600,000 is what you're saying?
Right, yeah, you get
Yeah, I
that
don't know
off
if you're gonna get
4%,
4%, so you'd probably be more at like 500,
5 to 600,000, somewhere in there.
maybe, or 4 to 5. Something like
So
that.
what
We're
you're
trying
saying, the
for-
investment then covers that shortfall?
Close
Close.
to.
That's what I,
That's the hope.
yeah, that's what my math was, but like I said, once I have to use beyond my fingers and toes, I get a little.
What
Well,
percentage is
so far
that?
you've done pretty good. That was
32?
way more than I could.
and then you said if you,
32% tax increase.
which equates to $10.64.
And then maybe that's where you take that 500,000 out of the current, yeah, the 2.4 and run the deficit of that right now in that. But then
Yeah,
we
so-
have to figure out what we want to do next year.
So in
Yeah,
my
that's
mind,
the
And then-
question.
If it's
And then
rough
we're
for
Then
a
what?
few years,
We're not
I guess,
factoring-
what are we anticipating in
I
a
was
few
gonna,
years to
I was
make
gonna
it
say, we're
not
not
rough?
factoring in the CIP, our matching dollars in any of the projects we have coming down the pike. And so we do need to assess all of those, how much we would need to increase in regards to that.
so that was my thinking with the 3 million that we put into the general fund, that we can use at our discretion for any of those grant matches, one-time things, anything like that. 15%, I thought it was 600,000. I was like, that would cover that. So then I was gonna say, that would cover this, what was it, close to $600,000 deficit, the 5 to 600,000 that we'd get from the 15 million. That would kind of cover that. And then I was gonna say, we increase the property tax 5%, and it's an automatic 5% increase for the next 10 years.
But that ties up your water credit fund forever, or for at least that 10 years. The 15 million.
And I guess one thing, if we're not,
Well, can't you go back every budget and say, we'll take 1 million out of it and
Well, if you
still
tie it
keep
into
14
an
million in there?
investment, the
Yeah, we
investment's
can,
based
but then
on,
it's like, does the increase of that 5% every year cover what you're taking out of that?
yeah, I think that, well, in my mind, obviously, so since we're kind of going the direction of talking about the water credits specifically, in my mind, those, and I hope in the end of it all, I'm on the right side of history on that. It's the citizens, it needs to go back to the citizens, and I'd like to see it go back to the citizens in the form of water. So, or some form of water. So where we ensure that we're protecting the future growth of Grantsville from a water standpoint. So whatever it is, I know we all have ideas in our mind what we want that to be, whether it's parks or roads or extra police officers or extra fire trucks. And maybe it's a combination of all of those, but we have to figure out a way to maximize those dollars. Like if we're putting in something that's giving us a minimal return, I don't know if that's the answer either. Like it's a significant amount of money and it's more than the city has had in probably the bank account for a long time. You know, and we'll get the second group of that, but I think we need to be strategic on what we do with this specifically and how the second group, you know, if it, you know, as part of the agreement comes in. So anyway, I just, since we're on that topic, that's my thought and feel on it.
Just to throw another thought out there on those funds that just came into my mind. Let's just say you're putting 15 million away and you don't do a road. Let's just use that as an example. So you don't build a road and you put the money into those funds and you get the interest, but you still have to build the road, let's say in 2 years, but the price to build the road was up higher now than all the interest that you gained. And so really you lost money by not doing the project now. It's just a thought. I don't know, just throwing that thought out there.
Yeah, I mean,
That'd be like purchasing the fire truck.
Yep.
For the one-time purchase now as opposed to later.
and I think it boils down to what immediate needs we have and what we feel is immediate priority. And in some situations, it's a tasers. If we need to have tasers, if our guys need to be equipped with what they need to be equipped with, then we have to really look at that. If it's a fire truck and preparation for a fire truck, then that's what it is. And we separate that and then we figure out how to best utilize what's remaining and maximize it. I like the idea of, you know, looking at grants specifically that duplicate our dollars. If we can take $1 million and turn it into 2, then that's a great investment, in my opinion. You know, it's doubling your money. Like that would be something that makes complete sense. But if it's something where we put it into, you know, we bury it in the dirt and hope it's gonna all be there when we dig it all back out, I don't know if that's the best thing for the city. But I really like where we're going with this. I think from a percentage standpoint, if that's a combination of trying to using those dollars that we're going to get to benefit the residents for a situation that we're in because we haven't raised taxes since 97 or whatever, and I think that's
just how far the records go back.
yeah. The last increase was 2010, so
Okay.
16 years, and then we had 2 decreases.
But we don't avoid an increase. There's no way we avoid an increase. So, and it's not, you know, I think we've spent how many hours going through, and you guys have spent how many hours going through it. And all of us probably spent all weekend trying to figure out other options and avenues. I think that there's an increase there that has to be there, obviously, to help balance, but I think there are ways we can do both. We can try to find the areas in which we can save, and then we can figure out how to use potential funds to help minimize the impact to the residents. I think it's a double win.
So I guess, we'll go and find out kind of what percentage we can, invest this money. Either, I guess, what amount is, I guess, what we'd want to know, either the full amount, 15.
Depends on the percentage.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But also it depends on, how long you want it to be reoccurring. It affects the percent is what they were telling us.
Who's our general account with? I mean, who do we bank with? I guess I should know this.
Our bank, Key Bank.
Key Bank.
This would probably be invested with PTIP though, right?
So PTIP is an option, just because we are a municipality, we are somewhat restricted in our investments, right? It's not like on the regular stock market it's too risky.
You can't invest in a sweeps account that sweeps our money into the Grand Caymans every day, and we get back in.
We did meet with an investment group, an investment bank, it's not Key Bank, a couple of weeks ago. And they did have a percentage, I think it was like 3.4, but that's not a far cry from where our PTIPs are sitting right now anyway. And so, one thing that I do want to just verify is depending on where we put that 18 million, how it affects our fund balance with that 35% cap. Because putting the 18 million into fund balance would
put us over.
for our general fund balance would put us over that. So that is something to consider. But if it's invested, I just need to clarify how that ends up tying up in relation to what's considered in our fund balance percentage. So it could be,
Take the interest.
yeah, it could maybe end up need to be some sort of hybrid, but I could see what our max we could do there would be and then kind of go from there.
I just want to randomly ask any of our staff that's here, do you have any ideas that we're not thinking about? Do you have some outside the box ideas that you were thinking in your mind and you don't think you should share, but I'm asking you to?
Well, I'm thinking like, what can we automate to make things more efficient? I don't know if that would save us any money, but.
Like what?
Like payments, I don't know, online, signing up for services online instead of having to come in.
It's gonna cost money to
Yeah,
get it
to
to that
get there,
point.
yeah.
That would be more of an investment in the future.
Sure, they could reduce off our hours here.
Go to maybe a 410 or something like that?
That could reduce staff hours, yeah.
I asked about that too, like, would it save us on, light?
Utility
things like
fees.
that?
Mhm.
Mhm. And would it make it worth it to
Right,
have buildings closed?
Fridays,
yeah.
he's not gonna be able to close on Fridays.
24/7.
Mhm.
So that's probably your busiest day, Friday after 5.
It's the sewer treatment plant's the busiest day, Sunday morning, right?
Any other ideas someone wants to throw out?
So you're talking about investing. I just wondered if you looked at a CD. Or if that's what. you were
That's kind of
looking
what
at.
they're saying is like they phase the CD or the money in at different timeframes to maximize that interest.
Okay, so it's a CD.
Yeah. Basically, yeah, but if they have to do it according to all the rules for municipalities.
Right, I just, my previous municipality, we invested in a CD and it yielded a pretty high percentage rate. And then we also did it for the UMCA board as well. So I know it can be done and it's usually higher interest rate.
Any other ideas?
You start selling Grantsville merch.
Cost money.
Cost money
To
to make
increase the
money.
budget, to offset it.
But it would be cute.
Yeah, see, all of our supporters would.
Exactly.
Put influencers.
Do we have
That's
any
how
property
we
we could sell? Do we have? Any property we could lease?
Yeah, we can lease the baseball fields.
That's right. There we go.
Wait,
Let's
do
move
we
on
have to
to
talk
time
about
for
them
that
too?
one,
I was saying, do we still have to talk about that?
Yeah, we do.
Oh.
Okay, are we finished? Do we feel, is there anything else that anybody would, I mean, this is just a discussion, obviously. Are we finished
Well-
hashing this out? We can all sleep on this tonight.
Well, back to Derek's, the numbers that we put in there, that $500,000, where is that coming from? Is that coming from the interest? Is that where we're at with that?
That
It
was-
was unclear.
Yeah, that
I
was
think
just.
he was
that-
wanting us to
that
cover from the budget itself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So he wanted us to go back and find
get up
another
to
$500,000
15% reduction from
Yeah.
2026, sorry.
Not 2026 from the proposed 2027 budget that they gave us the other day, right?
No, that's from 2026 budget.
Okay.
And we're almost there. We're at
Okay.
almost 11% from what they did before the meeting tonight.
So we're taking it from that 16,365,000 down to
Finding another.
13,900,000.
I guess the only other
That's-
option
that's
that
the number
if
you
you wanna
got.
really reduce it down is to find employees that are full-time and make them part-time, and then you cut off their benefits. That's the next big thing that you'd have to go to.
But like every department said they're running thin, so.
Correct.
I mean,
Then-
maybe
that's what I'm
not,
saying, Then
maybe.
you reduce services like hours at City Hall. Do we need to be here from 8 to 6 every day? 5 days a week. If we don't, then what hours do we want to have open, and then we reduce staff time in that area? Do you want your library open the hours it is? Reduce staff time there. I guess it's just, again, what kind of service do you want to have? How many, again, don't necessarily want to go to parks and reduce staff there, because we're in a good place right now.
But we have done that, as we're looking at new positions, right? Instead of it being a full-time position, we do 2 part-time positions, so that cuts their benefits. We've done that with your parks.
But I think, I guess finding an interest rate carry over the years, because again, at some point, the real goal is, the hard part for our residents is that we never really increased it significantly, and they're bearing the entire brunt of this because we don't have the businesses in here that help offset that going forward. So I'm hoping with the event of like the nuclear campus, if that does get selected here in Utah coming forward, that might spur more of that. Again, the Lake Business Park's picking up. We don't get a lot of that right now because of the RDA that was agreed on before, but there is a percentage of that is there.
We don't get it, property taxes don't, but we will get the pass-through for sales tax for the business. Granted, a lot of them are not really like,
Point of sale.
Correct.
so.
And then next year, Solberg's will be opening up, or later this year. And so there are some shifts that will be coming, and again, if we can really target getting more businesses and spending, that's what I'm saying. I would suggest that we look at that fund of that water credit is going to water, but going towards attracting and making this a really business friendly, so we can get those here. Is really what would offset the burden on the residents for Grantsville. And how and what kind of programs or incentives do we want to do that? I know that it's not great, but if we get more businesses here, that's gonna offset the tax dollar that the residents have to pay. I guess keep that in mind.
how and what you want to spend that on. How you want to develop like a town center for Grantsville, like what does that look like? If we do have an exponential growth, what kind of city hall, because that we're gonna need more space, because right now there's not a lot of people or office space in public works right now. And that's gonna be a factor that we need to address is, do we just buy more portables or get portables to put there? Or do we create a town center space that would generate money based on that revenue of being proximity to a local town center and get businesses around that? I guess that's what we need to decide and factor in as part of this conversation of how to spend that water credit money is where I would suggest that we look at as well.
Some big picture planning.
There's sustainability, like running lean, hiring freezes, increase freezes. What does that look like long term? How long do we do that kind of things? How long do we not give departments asks for equipment they need? Because as we grow, the need for services is only gonna go up.
We could have people work remote. That would cut down on some supply costs. I mean, would it cut down on enough? Probably not, but people did it during COVID.
But not all positions.
Not all positions. I mean, chief definitely
Yeah,
could
the
be
police could be
remote.
remote. Good idea.
Either can Parks and
Let's
Rec, I
call the
don't,
bad guy. Hey,
Co-
take
COVID is
us to
nothing
jail,
different in the
okay? Just drive
construction
yourself there.
industry, so
Yeah.
I'd, yeah.
so back to focusing on the actual budget here and what we have. This number, 1,158,332, that's our budget deficit as it stands right now. So, and this number includes the 5% COLA. I mean, we have that built into this.
3%.
Or sorry, 5%, sorry, 3% COLA. That's built into there. So we one of two ways, and you said $250,000, right? For that COLA increase, you suggested that we freeze all salaried employees. So, I mean, if we increase the revenue, and if we increase the revenue line by $500,000, that gets us to our number. Right? Do you agree? That gets it. It doesn't get you the $3,900,000 that you were asking for, but that interest does decrease that amount to what you're after without doing the COLA, decreasing or taking that completely out. Or are you suggesting that we take that completely out and add revenue from the interest up above, which would make that number even go even less?
Same both. And I mentioned our pay, if you want to go into that too, that saves
Some of us don't get paid.
$40,000 to $60,000.
Anyways,
Aspen, how much do we have in tuition reimbursement?
Right now, I think it's just over 15,000. 15,450 is proposed.
I mean, we could stop that for a year.
I think that's a little, I mean, I know we're trying to look for stuff here and there, but that,
I'd rather have our employee get more trained.
Yeah,
And
so like-
they're more effective at.
yeah, you have, it also, like, don't we have, like, they have to stay with the city for so long?
Yeah.
Yeah. So then they're not leaving. It kind of benefits us too, if they're doing.
I'm fine with us focusing on the little things, but I mean, really, the revenue moves the needle and the decrease moves the needle as well. So if that's what we're talking about, then, I mean,
Are you
let's focus on that, or let's or let's focus on all these little things as well.
When you're saying the revenue, are you saying the revenue from the interest? Is that where you're
Yeah.
adding that,
Yeah.
that 500?
I mean, that's the way you balance it.
Yeah, I think that's a
You,
good.
you
idea.
gotta get revenue going in.
Yeah.
We either use it from, what we've robbed from for the past 5 years, which is
General
the
fund.
general fund.
Mhm.
I mean, you can subsidize it with that. You can subsidize it by putting $3 million infused from, like you suggested. But then you want to designate certain line items to be able to, those one-time purchases. I like the jaws of life. So, a fire truck, a used one for now, right?
So I guess, what, do you want us to put in here right now, say, add the 600,000? Get that for the interest and see where we're at. Then
Well, 600,000 is for the full 18 million, right?
Yeah.
No, that was 700,000 for the full 18 million.
Oh,
That's what
okay,
she said
sorry.
The other day, but
Yeah.
you're gonna dig into that.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get the best interest on there, but then I guess the proposal is that that is the case, then it takes it down to.
I don't know what you're looking for, I'm sorry.
The main number, because that'll have the remainder of like the 600,000.
Main number for who?
How much we saved, right?
So if we got 3.4% off the 15 million we put in, that's
That's how much-
510,000
So
a year.
what's the remainder
Good
of
amount.
this number left? So we need to come up with. If that takes 6, then you have 600,000 that we still need to make up for, whether you take that out of your current budget or you raise taxes on that. I guess
What
that's
would that
what-
increase be at this? What was the increase?
It's 40% or something, wasn't
I
it?
think it was 30, so I guess, okay, hold on. I guess are you guys wanting to give me a percentage that you're wanting to raise taxes to?
No.
And then we can look,
No, we're saying if we use those 600,000 interest from the water credit funds that go to here, so we need to basically say the salaries increased on this, so that remainder, how much you have to give taxes for that?
between 26 and 27%.
But, so is that number though, going if we got this reduced to 15%? Cause right now we're at just under 11.
Well, it would just be increasing the revenue. But the expenses would stay the same. So no, you would not be getting your 15% reduction in expenses.
I kind of like it. I feel like we could do a little bit of like, okay, now we're getting a little bit of revenue, so we can go. I think I like the approach of not trying to raise property taxes, but then we haven't done that for 16 years. So are we gonna keep doing that? Are we just gonna say no property taxes ever? We're gonna be in a similar problem if we just, and so I would like to get it as low as possible. I mean, I've already said, I think that, there's things we could take out, but I think we need to keep the increase. I think that we can do a little bit here and there and kind of get that number as low as possible. I think that should be our goal I like doing putting 3 million so we have it in savings and then getting interest on the 15 to account for more revenue. And I think there are places we can skim out here a little bit.
We need to take out, because I think you have taken out the 2 million for the park out of the 18 million under this.
Yeah, so there is some first scenic slopes that will roll over. And then as well as current debts, so
So you're already at 15 million.
yeah, 15.3 for investment that's available out of the 18.3 that was brought in. So of that, because I took everything out from the contribution of fund balance and all the other general fund accounts. If you want to put those back in to reallocate, I think that would be fine. But we do have some prior obligations already in capital projects that do need to be seen.
So you're saying we have 15 million, but that's not putting 3 million in the general fund. We only have
Correct.
15 million to invest because
So you could put 3 million and then you have 12 to
Right,
invest.
right. We're saying some of the 18 million's already been accounted for,
Yes.
essentially in the capital.
Yes, because I took it out of the general fund for all the contribution to fund capital projects in there. I took those line items out.
Right.
We could put them back in.
But then it just goes.
Right. So there's just trade-offs, right, to considering what we're doing with the 18 million. We could invest all of, it's at your direction, so I can obviously change this to reflect your decisions, but just where it sits right now.
So back to that, where's the money that we received from the bond, basically the loan to fund scenic slopes? Where's that money at?
So,
I mean, why are we taking money from the 18 million? So the check that's written for the water credits is 18,333,250. So why is $2.6 million taken out of that amount? How come there isn't an accounting for funds that we've already designated for that
yeah,
elsewhere?
so this 5 million, I
Yeah.
guess, the bond, yeah, I guess we'd have to see how much of these will be spent. This one is already over, that one's almost 4 million. So right now, that right there is probably
Part of it.
And then this, is another 767,000. So that is a point that I can look into just to see how much of that has been spent on capital projects, but I mean.
So I'm thinking some of that number should be in column I. No?
Yeah. Not exactly, because it wouldn't be recognized as new revenue, but it would kind of be like the rollover from the fund, like we've talked about in the past. So, like with the with the cemetery.
Right, that it's there,
So-
but it won't be accounted for the next budget year because we haven't spent it.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
Maybe this question's been answered and I missed it, but I've been here for 3 years and I know that you have mentioned that maybe COVID funds were being used to compensate, but I mean, it's always been lean, but why are we why are we in such a problem this year as opposed to other years? Recent years?
Yeah, and like I had said, I will get the numbers for how much we received, how much grant the city received in COVID funds and how they were used. But last year you guys did pull from fund balance to make up the difference. So there wasn't a property tax increase, but there was use of general fund balance, which made up the difference. So you guys didn't have to go through to this extent, to try to make, because, you have 2.4 million that covers the whatever this number ends up being. So if you want to just use fund balance, I mean, I would advise against it, but ultimately that's your decision. So if that's something you wanted to do again, you could, but it was far off. I mean, last year, I think I still have the numbers up here. The revenues were like 13 million and the expenditures were 16 million. So like,
Right.
it was like,
Yeah.
it wasn't balanced. And so, yeah, like that's a substantial difference, right?
It is.
Used and made
Yes.
up for with just the use of fund balance. So, and I'm not pretending like that's not an option, right? You guys can use that as an option. You can use fund balance. I caution using it sparingly, just because, and just knowing that the future, like the problem will perpetuate into the future as far as the gap between what level we're operating at versus what level of revenue we're incoming until all of this potential growth is actually realized, right? It's projected, it seems nice, but our revenues aren't reflecting any of that at this point in time through property taxes or sales tax. And with that growth just comes more expenses associated with it. So it's not all just dollar signs.
No.
No, because then we have to hire more police officers.
We have
And with that, you need a new building.
Well,
the animal shelter has to go somewhere. And then, yeah, but even just roads to maintain, water lines to maintain, parks to maintain, all of that goes up.
But then we have impact fees and, I mean, it all circles.
Pay for that, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
That
we-
is the option you could do, there's propose, go into the deficit there for that. But again, I guess that's the difference here, is we're proposing to try and not go into the deficit like it has been in the past.
Or at the very least, making sure you guys are fully aware of the
Correct.
deficit that we're operating in. I guess.
Understood. But you do think that there will be monies that would be brought over and it'll increase that fund from 2026?
Yeah, we're not gonna spend 100%, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And there's, even in talking with department heads, since this has come out, they're like, yeah, well, what if we do no more spending for this year, on certain lines, like, what can we do to help?
Yeah.
Supplement that into next year, because it will just go into the general fund. So, based on that, if we wanted to do a projection of how much will be unexpended rolling into general fund at the end of fiscal year 26, and plan on using that rather than like necessarily dipping into the 2.4, but using what would be unexpended from 26, we could look into using.
Some of those monies.
And it would be rough, it wouldn't be an exact because I don't know what they're gonna spend, but we could get you a number that's close-ish.
You were also gonna look at how much we can keep in that general fund in excess, right? You said 35%
Yes,
is the putting the $15 million in there, is that gonna
yeah,
put us over, right?
yes.
We may have to take that money.
Sleep and ponder the rest of this.
It is limit.
Well, what's our next steps?
So I think just if I can get some direction on what you guys would wanna see changes, like if you wanna see what does it look like if we invest? What does it look like without a COLA? What does it look like with a partial COLA? What does it look like with, are you wanting to see some of the one-time asks that some of the departments have and consider those for $18 million spending or not? Just kind of give me a direction and then I can prepare it and I'll present it again with those different options.
All those things.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. Sounds
All of
good.
the above.
I mean, we talked about every one of those,
Yeah.
plus
Yeah.
a few others.
Okay,
I think it's a step in the right direction, don't you
Yeah.
think?
Yeah.
That puts us in front of it.
And I think we can all come up with ideas. I mean, anything that we have too, we could.
Yeah, if you wanna stop by and visit,
Yeah.
have a little ideas, or
Yeah,
Jen, if you
send-
wanna come and
send
play
an
with the
email.
numbers, or we can send that to you.
We have a pretty full slate coming up in this next meeting, right?
We always do.
Well, no, but there's no way we can discuss this in the next meeting, but we need to decide by the second, right? Is that
Second meeting of June.
The second meeting in June?
But we have to notice, public hearing on the.
Yeah.
Number for the rate increase, or is that after?
let's see.
How many days, is that a 30-day notice or what is that notice?
Yeah, so we
require?
have to adopt our final budget by June 17th, which is the second meeting in June.
But for truth and
So-
taxation, when do we have to announce the hearing of the amount?
Yeah, let's walk back the dates.
Sorry.
Walk back from the date when.
Yeah, it's like, I need to verify. I wanna say it's like 14 days, cause we'd have to have a public hearing prior to like adopting the
But
interim, sorry, it's not the final. It would be an interim budget to start functioning fiscal year 27 under, while we went through and finished the truth and taxation process and went through that public hearing in August. But we need to do this regular public hearing, not just the increase that's being proposed. I think.
you would have to do that, know that at least the. tax
We need it in May.
By the
Yeah.
end of May.
Yeah.
So you can get the notice.
Any other direction for Aspen?
A lot of asks, thank you.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Everybody's awesome. It's not fun, but good job. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
It'd be great to see all that Aspen.
Okay, I think we can close agenda item number 2. And return to item number 1, discussion of the memorandum of understanding with the Tooele County School District. It is getting late. Anything we want to talk about that tonight, or?
I can make a motion, we table it.
I would just like to ask the question, if we did sell the city park to the school district, what would they offer us for the entire thing? And could we have an agreement until we replace it? that
We would
could-
have to.
We could utilize it
Yeah,
until we find a way in which we could replace it.
And that they could utilize it until it's entirely theirs.
I just feel like everything is like speculative, because they said they were gonna buy it, then they said they're not gonna buy it, so it's like, we don't know what Tooele County's gonna do, so we know what the options are, but like, we could sit here and talk about it, but we don't know, but.
And didn't at one time we do an appraisal and it really wasn't that much money?
Well,
That was the only one.
I think that was just spitballing.
Yeah.
I think that was.
I mean, it's improved land, so it's gotta go
fully
off an
improved.
improved.
I just think we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, because if we obviously want them to pay us, but we obviously need the kids to have the facility, so like, it'd be great to be like, hey, you have to pay us. If they say no, then our kids have to leave.
Thanks, Heidi.
So-
Thank you.
It's rough.
And I've already heard from a couple parents very concerned about that.
yeah,
It's a huge.
but
My
I,
wife's one of those.
yeah, I'm one of them. That's the last thing I want, but I feel like if we don't try to come to a better agreement, nothing's ever gonna change, just like nothing has ever changed.
And it's interesting how like, yeah, I mean, how coaches feel about it was kind of really more of the interesting thing to me. They've just had to hassle with it so long that they're just like, can you guys just, can you figure out how to solve this?
Do you guys think that if we sold it to the school, that might kick the can down the road on a new high school?
Yes. But like I said, the word was 2 years ago, 2028. Now the word is, and obviously these are just things that board members are just spitting out, or staff or whatever, but now they're saying 8 to 10 years regardless.
I mean, I think they'd have to really think that through. They'd have to design a new structure and probably build the one next to it. Like, there's gonna be a displacement, and it would be easier for them just to build somewhere else and just shift everybody over to the new school and then turn it into a junior high or something versus try to build go vertical with that building or knock part of it down and then the other component there is that Cherry Street probably would have to be redesigned in that process. And I don't know if that's a P and Z question that I didn't even know if we could entertain, but yeah, I don't know if it's an option or the option or not an option, but the issue's not going away. So, and I think that's why it's been on, last year, was it last year or the year before, they purchased the Dow James Park, which Tooele had the similar issue. So the school district did purchase that park. So they've set a precedence that they're, can do that. It's just how
Well, they
the
purchased the
community feels.
Softball field.
Yeah, for Tooele as well.
Yeah.
But it's designated now as the Tooele High School softball field.
Correct.
And then the other fields around it are city fields.
I don't know. I don't know the answer to this one either.
I mean, we can table this and push it into the next meeting, but The request was, if you have a proposal and you want to put a proposal together and get us something that we can review and look at, then we'll look at that. But we have, we've got to put a Band-Aid on the problem to look towards a long-term solution. The long-term solution, I don't know if those two are tie it together or pull it, or go to two different directions. So, but we don't have a memorandum of understanding in place currently. And if we are going to have a conversation that to allow the school district to use that property next year, we have to at a minimum at least have that, in my opinion.
Will you resend that memorandum of understanding?
It's an interlocal.
Okay. Yeah, I know what to look for, and I don't like this. Thanks.
Shake.
Okay, are we ready to close that discussion? Okay, we're going to close agenda item number 1 or 2 or whatever you want to call it. I need a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion.
All right, all in favor?
Right.
Thank you, everyone. 10:30.
Oh.
Yeah.